Chapter 2435. Skin and Tendons Rumble. While Ning Yu and Xiao Duanya were still conversing, Song Shihao was already engaged in battle with Lu Mo. Song Shihao had an extremely strong sense of justice. Of course, anyone who could be chosen as the guardian of the entrance to the immortal court was in existence with an extremely strong sense of justice. Otherwise, the 108 entrances to the immortal court would have been broken through long ago. Song Shihao was more worried that Lu Mo would use the golden scroll, so he directly used a secret technique to come to Lu Mo's side and engage in close combat with him. Song Shihao was very clear. Only by engaging in close combat with Lu Mo would the final result not be so serious. This was because once Willow Demon activated the scroll, he would be greatly affected as well. Kill 1,000 enemies. Lose 800 of your own. Song Shihao did not believe that Lu Mo would activate the scroll under such circumstances. After all, if he had such thoughts, he would have activated the scroll long ago. He would not have waited until now. You're courting death. Lu Mo did not expect Song Shihao to be so bold. He had already taken out the scroll, yet Song Shihao still dared to fight him head-on. Raising his head and roaring angrily, Lu Mo did not hesitate to pour all of his energy into his fist and punched out. Child's play. Song Shihao was not worried that Lu Mo would exchange blows with him. As long as he did not use the scroll, everything would be fine. His strength was on par with Lu Mo's. Under the premise that both sides did not use their ultimate trump cards, no one could kill the other. Bang! In an instant, Song Shihao's fist collided with Lu Mo's. The two fists collided. Song Shihao and Lu Mo retreated dozens of feet at the same time. Whoosh! However, Song Shihao was not a fool. He immediately steadied himself and once again used a secret technique to come before Lu Mo. I'm so angry. Lu Mo was so angry that his nose was crooked. He wanted to use the scroll, but he was worried that he would hurt himself. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Fight! Lu Mo was not an irresolute person. He knew that if this continued, the experts of the 8 southern regions would very likely arrive. He was in contact with the battle emperors of the other 7 regions. Apart from him, only one of the other 7 major domains had its entrance breached. The remaining 6 regions had withstood the pressure. Not only had they guarded the entrance, they had also killed 3 War Emperor-level sky demons. You should know, the weakest of the War Emperor-level sky demons were at the late stage of the Immortal King stage. Although the Heavenly Demon force was strong, losing a late-stage Immortal King Heavenly Demon was still very stressful. Kacha! Willow Demon took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. As a medicinal pill entered his stomach, Willow Demon's aura soared once again. Only when his aura reached the peak of the late Immortal King realm did he choose to stop. Chi. Next, a steady stream of energy poured into the golden scroll. As the energy entered the golden scroll, a sizzling sound came from within it. The sounds grew louder and louder. In the end, the entire scroll exploded. Boom! The aftermath of the huge explosion caused Song Shihao's expression to change drastically. He immediately gathered energy in front of him, forming an energy barrier in an attempt to block the aftermath of the explosion. Ka. However, in the end, the energy shield was still a notch weaker. Under the impact of countless shockwaves, many cracks appeared on the energy shield. Not long after, it completely shattered. Pucci! Song Shihao, who was in the middle of the protective barrier, was also sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was deathly pale. Bang! Other than Song Shihao, even Willow Demon was not spared. He heavily smashed into the ground. Although he didn't spray out blood, his face had become incomparably pale. Obviously, Willow Demon had suffered a very serious injury. However, when the aftermath had dissipated, Willow Demon directly stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly to Song Shihao, "Fighting with me, you're still too inexperienced." Actually, when Willow Demon detonated the scroll, he was still quite worried. After all, he and Song Shihao were both at the center of the explosion. Even though he had a peak Immortal King level armor on his body, he didn't dare say that he could block the aftermath with 100% certainty. Fortunately, his peak Immortal King battle armor was effective. At the price of shattering the armor, he exchanged his life, and he still had the strength of a middle Immortal King. As for Song Shihao, because cracks had already appeared on his peak Immortal King level armor, he couldn't withstand the aftermath. At this moment, his battle strength was only at the early Immortal King level. One was at the early Immortal King level, and the other was at the middle Immortal King level. Needless to say, Willow Demon had completely taken the initiative. Song Shihao, I gave you a chance before, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Willow Demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled slightly, and said, Today, I'll let you know that your reputation as a guardian is undeserved. Swish! The moment the last word sounded, Willow Demon rushed out, rushing toward Song Shihao at an extremely terrifying speed. It could be seen. Willow Demon's patience had reached its limit. Song Shihao had caused him to activate a life-saving scroll, so he had to cut Song Shihao into pieces. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to relieve the hatred in his heart, because a peak Immortal King level scroll, when necessary, could even withstand the attack of a peak Immortal King expert. Without the golden scroll, Willow Demon was only a third-rate combat emperor, ranked last among the 8 combat emperors in the 8 southern regions. However, with the golden scroll, he had the qualifications to challenge the other combat emperors. Now that he had detonated the scroll, unless he could devour Song Shihao, his status in the small 8 southern regions war zone would drop to the freezing point. Damn it! Seeing Willow Demon rushing towards him, Song Shihao's face became extremely cold. He clenched his teeth and made an extremely difficult decision. Boom! Energy spread throughout his body, and Song Shihao's body began to swell. Obviously, Song Shihao didn't plan to leave. He planned to detonate his body and perish together with Willow Demon. Humph! You want to detonate your body in front of me? You are too arrogant. Willow Demon was obviously not afraid of Song Shihao detonating his body. He snorted coldly and took out a bronze mirror from his bosom. Swoosh! He pointed the bronze mirror at Song Shihao, and a beam of light shot out from the bronze mirror and hit Song Shihao's body. Crack, crack! Just as the beam of light hit Song Shihao's body, Song Shihao's swollen body began to shrink. Prevent self-detonation. The bronze mirror's function was to prevent all experts from self-detonating. It was no exaggeration. Even if a peak Immortal King expert wanted to self-detonate, his true form would be revealed when the bronze mirror shone on him, and he wouldn't be able to self-detonate. This was because the bronze mirror was a peak Immortal King level magic treasure, and even among peak Immortal King level magic treasures, it was a top existence. Heart-revealing mirror. Seeing the bronze mirror in Willow Demon's hand, Song Shihao's face became extremely pale. The Heavenly Demon was indeed well prepared. They could even get their hands on a magic treasure like the heart-revealing mirror. Now, even if he wanted to self-detonate, he wouldn't be able to. Song Shihao, when I attack 8 southern regions, the first family I will deal with will be your Song family. Chapter 2436. Eating well and drinking well, you dare? Song Shihao was enraged. He extended his right hand and pointed at Lu Mo, saying fiercely, If you dare to touch the people of the Song clan, even if I turn into ashes, I will tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha. Lu Mo seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He first raised his head and laughed wildly, then said sinisterly, How laughable. You've already turned into ashes, yet you still want to tear me into pieces. The instant the word Duan was uttered, Lu Mo leaped up and charged out at an extremely terrifying speed. Although his aura had dropped to around the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm, Lu Mo's abilities were still abnormally strong. Before Song Shihao could react, he had already arrived in front of Song Shihao and punched out with his right hand. Without any deviation, his punch landed squarely on Song Shihao's chest. Bang! The huge force caused Song Shihao to fly backward. It was very unfortunate. The direction in which Song Shihao flew was the direction in which Ningyu and Xiao Duanya were hiding. Don't go save Song Shihao. I will hold Lu Mo back. Ningyu made a prompt decision. He decided to hold Lu Mo back and let Xiao Duanya save Song Shihao. After all, in terms of battle prowess, the current him was already much stronger than Xiao Duanya. Letting him hold Lu Mo back was the most correct choice. No problem. Xiao Duanya knew his own capabilities. He did not argue with Ningyu, but hurriedly dashed out and charged towards Song Shihao. Whoosh! As for Ningyu, he drew out the red demon sword and turned his hand to look at Lu Mo behind Song Shihao. Leave quickly. You are no match for him. Seeing Ningyu appear from thin air, Song Shihao hurriedly shouted, wanting to remind Ningyu to leave. Leave? Haha, since you're here, then stay. Lu Mo's lips curled up. He waved his sleeves and casually threw out a few beams of cold light, wanting to kill Ningyu. However, Willow Demon had clearly underestimated Ningyu's combat strength. Even if he gave it his all, he would not be able to hurt Ningyu, let alone casually throwing out a few beams of cold light. There was no other reason. Currently, his battle prowess was only at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King realm. At this level, he did not have the ability to kill Ningyu. Ka. The red demon sword collided with the cold light. Under Willow Demon's astonished gaze, the cold light was cut in half. Willow Demon's brows twitched. He was still calm on the surface, but in reality, raging waves had already been set off in his heart. He knew better than anyone that Ningyu and Xiao Duanya had not left. After all, he had set up a formation in the surroundings, and there were no gaps in the formation, which meant that Ningyu and Xiao Duanya had been hiding in the surroundings all this while. However, he did not expect Ningyu to be so powerful. He had originally thought that even if his cultivation had dropped to the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm, it would still be a piece of cake for him to kill Ningyu and Xiao Duanya. Who would have thought? The ability that Ningyu had displayed now was completely beyond his expectations, and he did not expect it. Illuminate the world. However, Willow Demon reacted quickly. He hurriedly took out the heart-revealing mirror and forced out a few drops of blood essence. Whoosh! The blood essence had just entered the heart-revealing mirror when several pillars of light appeared. These pillars of light surged towards Ningyu from all directions and very quickly enveloped Ningyu within. Unless you have the ability of a peak intermediate stage Celestial King realm, there is no way you can break through these pillars of light. Seeing Ningyu trapped within the pillars of light, Willow Demon humphed coldly. The heart-revealing mirror was a peak Celestial King realm treasure. Generally speaking, it could prevent a martial artist from self-destructing. However, its use was far more than that. Every peak Celestial King realm treasure was not simple. Not only could the heart-revealing mirror prevent a martial artist from self-destructing, but it was also very effective against enemies. Is that so? Willow Demon had just finished speaking when a calm voice traveled into his ears. What? Hearing this voice, Willow Demon looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. He saw that Ningyu had already broken through the pillars of light and appeared 3 feet away from him. At this distance, if Ningyu wanted to, he could injure him at any time. Of course, how could Ningyu not be willing? After breaking through the pillars of light with great difficulty, Ningyu raised his right leg and kicked Willow Demon's head. Block! At this critical moment, Willow Demon hurriedly raised his hand to block. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Ningyu stood where he was without moving. On the other hand, Willow Demon's arm was broken, and his entire body was sent flying several feet away. After stabilizing his body, Willow Demon stared at Ningyu, his face full of disbelief. He did not expect the final result to be like this. One had to know, even though he was injured, he still had the heart-revealing mirror, and his strength was still incomparably powerful. Now that Ningyu had easily broken through the pillars of light shot out from the heart-revealing mirror, it was very difficult for him to accept. You what? Ningyu rolled his eyes, then asked Song Shihao, who was recovering on the other side, capture him alive or kill him. Capture him alive. Song Shihao dragged his heavy steps to Ningyu's side and said in a deep voice, Willow Demon is the war emperor of the heavenly demons. He is of great strategic importance. We can use him to exchange for human warriors. Song Shihao had already received the news. In the 8 southern regions, the entrance of a large region had been broken through, and the guardian of that large region had been captured alive. At this moment, the experts of that large region were confronting the heavenly demons. If they could capture Willow Demon, they might be able to rescue the guardian of that large region. No problem. Ningyu nodded, then walked towards Song Shihao step by step. Dong, dong, dong. Although Ningyu walked slowly, every step he took was like a stone weighing thousands of kilograms, landing on Willow Demon's heart. We must ask for help. Willow Demon was not an arrogant and conceited heavenly demon. He knew that if the battle continued, the one who would lose would definitely be him. Therefore, he took out a crystal ball from his chest and wanted to crush it to ask for help from the war emperors of the other large regions. Whoosh! However, just as Willow Demon took out the crystal ball, a terrifying gust of wind appeared, dragging the crystal ball and rushing towards it. Space storm. This gust of wind was not caused by Ningyu, Xiao Duanya, or Song Shihao. Instead, it was the appearance of the space storm, which took the crystal ball by surprise. Seeing the crystal ball being taken away, Willow Demon felt like crying. If he could not ask for help, then his fate could be predicted. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Willow Demon forced himself to calm down. He looked at Ningyu and Song Shihao and said, I have set up a formation in the surroundings. Without my help, even if you control me, you will not be able to break the formation. Looks like you are very confident in your attainments and formations. Ningyu shrugged and did not deny it. Let me go. I can break the formation, Willow Demon said in a low voice. Chapter 2437. Secrets of the War. God Body Ka, Ka Ka. Lu Mo clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. As a battle emperor-level existence among the heavenly demons, Lu Mo's self-healing ability was extremely strong. His broken arm had already been reattached. However, it was basically impossible to recover to the late-stage Immortal King level in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Mo could only try his best to stall for time, hoping that Ningyu would not forcefully attack him. Otherwise, he might really die here today. Have you thought it through? Ningyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at Lu Mo, and said, Hand over the heart-revealing mirror and submit to me, or I will kill you right now. Here you go. Lu Mo clenched his teeth, as if he had made a very difficult decision. He took out the heart-revealing mirror and threw it at Ningyu. Ha! Ningyu reacted in time, his eyes quick, and he caught the heart-revealing mirror steadily. Without further inspection, Ningyu directly threw the heart-revealing mirror into the red demon sword. Soon after, Ningyu looked at Lu Mo again and said, Relax your mind. I can relax my mind, but I have a condition. Lu Mo said in a deep voice. You must promise me, no matter when, you cannot kill me. Hee, have you lost your mind? Ningyu smiled slightly. No matter when, he cannot kill me? He really did not know how Lu Mo could say something like that. Anyone with a little bit of rationality would not say something like that. And Lu Mo must have said that because he wanted to stall for time. Forget it, there's no point in keeping you. Ningyu took out the red demon sword, leaped up, and charged at Lu Mo. However, as Ningyu charged out, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao. Do you have the confidence to break the formation in a short period of time? Actually, Ningyu already knew that Lu Mo was stalling for time. He discussed the conditions with Lu Mo, on one hand, to beat him at his own game, and on the other to buy enough time for Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao to check if they could break the formation. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have killed Willow Fiend long ago. Why would he wait until now? The array formation looked relatively simple, but in reality, it was more difficult to crack. Ningyu's idea was that if Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao had a way to break through the formation, then he would immediately kill Lu Mo to prevent any accident from happening. If Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao were unable to break through the formation, then he would spare Lu Mo's life and forcefully use a secret technique to devour the memories in his mind. Although it was dangerous to do so, Ningyu knew that he had no better way to break the array formation and leave. Half an hour. Both Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao had ugly expressions on their faces. Just now, when Ningyu and Lu Mo were talking, they carefully checked the formation again. After checking, they found that with their attainments in array formations, they would need at least 30 minutes to have a chance to break the array formation. No, it's been too long. Ningyu shook his head. He waved the red devil sword in his hand repeatedly and stabbed at Lu Mo. At present, there was only one way, and that was to trap Lu Mo and forcefully devour the memories in his mind. Although this method was difficult, the success rate was relatively high. This was a space, and they would encounter powerful spatial storms at any time. Staying here for half an hour meant that they would encounter danger at any time. Ningyu did not want to be killed by a spatial storm before being killed by a heavenly demon. Ningyu, even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. Seeing Ningyu charging at him at high speed and waving the red devil sword, Lu Mo let out a low roar, and his entire body shone with golden light. Golden light body. Lu Mo's constitution was not a mortal body, but a golden light body. The golden light body was a special constitution among the heavenly demons. Once it was used, one's battle prowess would instantly multiply. However, this kind of constitution had a flaw. Any martial artist who used the golden light body would either have their body shatter or die on the spot, unless the strength of one's body reached the peak of the Celestial King realm. Most people who used the golden light body would not have a good ending. At his peak, Lu Mo was only a peak late-stage Celestial King realm expert. The strength of his body was far from that of a peak Celestial King realm expert. This time, Lu Mo had used the golden light body because he had no other choice. Even if he could kill Ningyu, he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the golden light body, even if you die. Lu Mo's entire body shone with golden light. His fists shot out and fiercely punched the red devil sword that was slashing at him. Ding! Ding! When his fists and the red devil sword came into contact, a clear and crisp sound rang out. It seemed the toughness of Lu Mo's fists was extremely terrifying. War God Body. Ningyu knew how terrifying the golden light body was. He immediately activated his heart, and dark golden blood flowed throughout his body. His fists also shone with golden light, and they collided with Lu Mo's fists. Oomph. You want to go head-on with the golden light body? I think you must have eaten a bear's heart. What? Seeing that Ningyu wanted to go head-on with him, Lu Mo snorted coldly and said fiercely. However, Lu Mo had only spoken halfway when his pupils shrank, and his face was filled with disbelief. Although the golden light body was terrifying, in this world there were many physiques that could compete with it. Without a doubt, the physique that Ningyu had used could completely compete with the golden light body. War God Body, Lu Mo said, almost gnashing his teeth. Although in terms of physique, the golden light body was not weaker than the War God Body. However, the War God Body's War God Blood could completely suppress the golden light body's golden blood. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Even if the golden light body was extremely terrifying, it was difficult for it to gain an advantage when facing the War God Body. It's not too late to know now. Ningyu punched out again and again. Every punch contained a terrifying dark golden blood, and it was impossible to avoid them as they struck Willow Demon's chest. Every punch hit flesh. Lu Mo's body was hit by Ningyu's punches, and his skin and flesh split open. Of course, but these were all secondary. Most importantly, when Ningyu's fist came into contact with Lu Mo's blood, a strange scene appeared. The blood in Lu Mo's body seemed to have gone out of control, and it surged toward Ningyu's fist without reservation. Pissed. Before Ningyu could react, The blood flowed through his fist and entered his body. Then, it merged with his war god body's blood. Blood merging? Ningyu was still in a state of confusion. On the other side, Song Shihao, who was busy dissolving the formation, widened his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. "What is blood merging?" Xiao Duanya asked. Taking a deep breath, Song Shihao explained, "The upper limit of the war god body is very high. In ancient times, it was known as the number one physique in the universe. Basically, no other physique could compete with it. After the Great War in ancient times, almost all the war god bodies fell. The remaining war god bodies have thin blood in their bodies, and their power is only 1/1000th of the war god body at its peak." Chapter 2438. Chapter 2438. Chapter 2438 Transformation Layer. What is the peak state? Xiao Duanya asked curiously. There are records in some ancient sects in the imperial region that the war god physique has a total of 10 forms. Song Shihao seemed to be reminiscing as he continued. First form of the war god to 10th form of the war god. If that Ningyu swallowed Willow Demon's blood, would he be able to reach the first transformation of the war god? Xiao Duanya asked doubtfully. Song Shihao stared at Ningyu for a while. Following this, he shook his head and said, "The 10 forms of the divine god of battle is the ultimate form of the divine god of battle. Before that, there's still 3 minor stages. Only by breaking through the 3 minor stages can one achieve the first form of the divine god of battle." Even if it was in the imperial region, cultivators that were capable of attaining the first form of the war god transformation were existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and every single one of them was an extraordinary genius that was a distinguished guest of the various powers. If my guess is correct, Ningyu will only be able to reach the second of the 3 minor realms, the transformation realm, even if he completely devours Willow Devil's blood. The 3 minor realms were the first level and the translucent level, which was the level that Ningyu had awakened his bloodline outside the immortal court. He had awakened the 10th level of his bloodline power and reached the peak of the translucent level. In order to cultivate the transformation level to its peak and enter the 3rd level, the body strengthening level, he would need to devour the blood of several physiques that were ranked in the top 100 in the universe. The Golden Light body was ranked 99th in a myriad heavens and realms physique ranking. If Ningyu swallowed the Golden Light body's blood, he could basically enter the transformation level. "I can't accept this." While Song Shihao was still conversing with Xiao Duanya, the battle on the other side had already ended. Ningyu forcefully devoured the blood within Willow Demon's body, turning Willow Demon's body into a skeleton. A late-stage Celestial King was indeed extraordinary. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die on the spot if all the blood in their body was devoured. For Willow Demon to be able to say such harsh words before dying, it could be considered his ability. Chi. Ningyu did not care about Willow Demon's life or death. At this time, his perception completely entered his body, watching the changes in his blood. Although his blood looked no different from before, Ningyu knew very well that 1/10 of his blood had undergone a special change. Compared to the other blood, this blood was not just a little bit stronger. You could say so. Taking out his blood would basically allow a weak martial artist to directly cultivate to the Saint Immortal realm. Congratulations, the blood of the god of war body has entered the 2nd stage, the transformation stage. At this moment, Xiao Duanya and Song Shihao flew over. Song Shihao cupped his fists at Ningyu. He first thanked Ningyu for saving his life, and then said solemnly, "The transformation level is very important for the Divine Warrior Constitution. I hope you don't expose your Divine Warrior Constitution in front of others. Otherwise, you might be killed." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior." Ningyu nodded. After the transformation of the war god's body, more memories appeared in Ningyu's mind. According to those memories, he knew that the war god physique was the number 1 physique in the universe during the ancient times. All in all, The war god physique could not be exposed easily. "I'm sorry, I couldn't take Willow Demon's life." Ningyu apologized to Song Shihao. Song Shihao had said to capture him alive. At that time, the situation was urgent and did not allow him to think too much. Under those circumstances, he had no choice but to devour Willow Demon. "I understand that." Song Shihao had no intention of blaming Ningyu. He said, "Force out a drop of blood essence. I'm going to use your blood essence to break the formation." Swish! Ningyu did not waste any time. He immediately forced out a drop of blood essence and threw it. Song Shihao leaped up and injected the blood essence that Ningyu had forced out into the formation. Crack, crack, crack! As the blood essence entered the array formation, a few of the eyes of the array formation actually let out a cracking sound and shattered on the spot. Rumble. Not long after, when a rumbling sound rang out, the formation left behind by Lu Mo was finally completely broken. "Let's go." Song Shihao did not waste any time. The moment the formation left, he immediately dashed out and flew toward the outside. This was the inside of the space. If they stayed any longer, they might encounter a powerful spatial storm. Leaving was the best choice. Swish, swish, swish. Song Shihao was in front, while Xiao Duanya and Ningyu were behind. Because they were extremely fast, it only took them about 10 minutes to leave the space and reach the boundary of the Immortal Court. "Ningyu, let me out." As soon as they left the space, Lin Lang's voice sounded in Ningyu's ears. Whoosh! Ningyu opened the red demon sword. Lin Lang, Yang Yuming, the Western Venerable, the Southern Venerable, and Tai Muqiang hurriedly left. Song Shihao glanced at the red demon sword and did not say anything. At the Immortal King level, everyone basically had a treasure that could carry a person. It was not rare. "What's going on?" Ningyu looked at Lin Lang and asked. "This is the territory of the Endless Sky Celestial Kingdom. I can sense that there are at most 3 days before the secret realm opens." Lin Lang did not hesitate and said directly, 3 days is just right to rush from here to the secret realm. So let's go there as soon as possible." Ningyu did not answer Lin Lang immediately. Previously, Ningyu was still curious about what kind of secret realm could make Lin Lang so interested. One had to know. Lin Lang was the prince of the Divine Wood Celestial Kingdom, and the strongest expert of the Divine Wood Celestial Kingdom was only a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. How could a mere 5th stage half-step Immortal King covet a secret realm? But now, Ningyu knew that he was wrong. The moment Lin Lang came out, he did not ask about the space. Instead, he shouted that he wanted to go to the secret realm of the Endless Sky Celestial Kingdom. This was enough to show that the secret realm of the Endless Sky Celestial Kingdom was very special, to a certain extent. Otherwise, Lin Lang would not be so interested. In fact, Ningyu was suspicious of Lin Lang's identity. Was he really a prince of the Divine with Celestial Kingdom? There was no reason for a prince of the Divine with Celestial Kingdom to behave so strangely. After thinking about it, Ningyu did not ask much. Everyone had secrets. It was not surprising that Lin Lang had some. Lin Lang did not have any ill intentions towards him, so he could not be bothered to ask about such trivial matters. "I want to return to the headquarters of the 8 southern regions and report about the attack by the Sky Fiends." Song Shihao did not want to get involved in the matters of the secret realm. At this time, he only wanted to return to the headquarters of the 8 southern regions as soon as possible and understand the specific situation of the entrances to the other regions. "Let's go together." Although the Southern Supremacy, Western Supremacy, and Tai Muqiang wanted to go to the secret realm very much, they could only choose to return with Song Shihao due to his presence. "Xiao Duanya, follow Ningyu to that secret realm. Remember, anything can happen to anyone except Ningyu." Song Shihao glanced at the Western Supremacy and did not say anything. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Duanya. Ningyu had the war god body and had reached the transformation level. As long as he matured, he would definitely be of great help in the future. Chapter 2439. Chapter 2439. Chapter 2439, Spatial Teleportation Array, Understood. Xiao Duanya's body trembled when he heard Song Shihao's voice transmission. Xiao Duanya was very clear. Strictly speaking, he was not Song Shihao's subordinate. He was just a cultivator chosen by 8 southern regions to guard the outer city. Song Shihao's clan ruled a large region in 8 southern regions. By relying on Song Shihao, he might even have the chance to reach the late-stage Immortal King realm in the future. Swoosh! Song Shihao did not continue speaking. He leaped into the air and flew into the distance. Behind him, the Western Venerable, Southern Venerable, and Tai Muqiang followed closely. In truth, to Tai Muqiang and the Western Reverend, they really wanted to follow Ningyu to the secret realm of the soaring sky Immortal Empire. However, they had no other choice because of their relationship with Song Shihao. After Song Shihao and the others left, Ningyu turned to Lin Lang and asked, "Is there anything we need to pay attention to when we go to the secret realm?" "Pay attention?" Lin Lang was slightly startled, but he still answered, "The only thing we need to pay attention to is that after entering the secret realm, no matter how strong the cultivator is, his cultivation will be suppressed to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm." Ningyu raised his eyebrows. Obviously, Lin Lang's words moved him. His current cultivation was at the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm. He could easily fight against a mid-stage Immortal King realm expert. Once he used the War God physique, his strength could completely kill a peak mid-stage Immortal King realm expert. Under such circumstances, who could be his opponent in the secret realm? Let's go first and try to reach the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible. Lin Lang did not want to waste too much time here. He stomped on the ground and searched for the direction of the secret realm. Even though Ningyu had many doubts, he could only follow behind Lin Lang. He would ask them when they reached the secret realm. Yang Yuming originally wanted to return to his super celestial kingdom, but he was unwilling to give up on Ningyu, a peerless genius. Helplessly, he could only choose to follow Ningyu to the secret realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dense forest, 3 figures sped past. Without a doubt, these 3 figures were none other than Ningyu, Lin Lang, and the others who had just left the entrance of the Immortal Court. Because the distance to the secret realm of the Soaring Sky Immortal Empire was extremely far, the 3 of them decided to head to a nearby empire first before using a spatial teleportation array. The 3-day journey that Lin Lang mentioned was actually the time taken to use the teleportation array. Otherwise, if they were to rely on flying alone, it would take them at least 30 days to get there. After passing through this forest, the Cloudmang Immortal Empire is just ahead. Lin Lang pointed ahead and spoke. The Cloudmang Immortal Empire is the same as the Soaring Sky Immortal Empire. Both are mid-tier immortal empires. The strongest expert, there's at least a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. We will directly head to the capital city and think of a way to use the spatial teleportation array. Ningyu shrugged non-committally. For Lin Lang to be so familiar with the task, it was clear that he was not as simple as the Prince of the Divine Wood Immortal Kingdom. However, these things had little to do with Ningyu. As long as Lin Lang wasn't a threat to him, he wouldn't make an enemy out of Lin Lang. After all, no matter what, they had fought side by side. Cloudmang Immortal Kingdom. In a mid-tier immortal empire, the strongest expert, there was at least a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. The capital city of the Cloudmang Immortal Empire was built more majestically and was huge. From afar, it looked like a giant coiling dragon. On both sides of the capital city's entrance, there were 2 giant stone lions erected. If anyone looked down on these 2 stone lions, they would definitely suffer a great loss. This was because they were the guardian stone lions of the Cloudmang Immortal Empire. Anyone who wanted to trespass into the capital city would be stopped by the stone lions. If it was light, they would be severely injured. If it was heavy, they would be killed. Whoosh! At this moment, Ningyu and Lin Lang flew over from afar and stopped 1,000 meters away for the capital city of the Cloudmang Immortal Empire. Something's wrong. As soon as they stopped, Yang Yuming frowned slightly as though he had discovered something. What's going on? Ningyu asked. In Ningyu's opinion, Yang Yuming and Lin Lang were not simple. I sensed Mo Chang's aura in the Cloudmang city. Yang Yuming said in a deep voice. Mo Chang. Ningyu was stunned. Then, his face turned solemn. Previously, he had heard from Yang Yuming that Mo Chang was also from a super-immortal empire and had an immortal king following him. Since there were two entrances to the immortal court from Steep Cliff City, Mo Chang might have entered from the other entrance. Let's be careful, Yang Yuming continued. Mo Chang is a vengeful person. Because of you, he lost tens of thousands of two world stones to me. He will definitely take revenge. Moreover, I sense two extremely terrifying auras in the Cloudmang city. One of them is equivalent to a mid-stage immortal king, while the other is equivalent to a late-stage immortal king. They're even slightly stronger than Song Shihao at his peak. Swoosh! Upon hearing this, Ningyu's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, he could kill a peak mid-stage immortal king if he used all his trump cards. However, if he encountered a late-stage immortal king, he would not even have the chance to escape. There was a late-stage immortal king in the Cloudmang city? Then wouldn't it bode ill for him to go to the Cloudmang city? Let's go. While Ningyu was thinking, Yang Yuming had already walked towards the entrance of the Cloudmang city. Let's go too. Ningyu and Lin Lang glanced at each other before moving their feet to follow at Yang Yuming's sides. It did not take long. Ningyu and the others arrived at the entrance of the Cloudmang city. There was no special inspection, just a simple inquiry. Then, Ningyu and the others entered the Cloudmang city. Let's go to the teleportation pavilion. As soon as they entered the Cloudmang city, Lin Lang said, the teleportation pavilion is very powerful and specializes in the teleportation business. If we want to go to the soaring sky immortal kingdom, we need to use the teleportation array of the teleportation pavilion. Ningyu glanced at Lin Lang, but did not ask anything. Sha! Then, the three of them went straight to the teleportation pavilion. Where do you want to go? The hall of the teleportation pavilion was very grand. The person who received Ningyu and the others was a gray-robed old man who was half-step to the Immortal King realm. The gray-robed old man was honest. He did not look down on Ningyu and the others just because they were young. The soaring sky immortal kingdom. Lin Lang went straight to the point and said, the soaring sky immortal kingdom? The gray-robed old man frowned, clearly showing a difficult expression. Seeing the gray-robed old man's action, Ningyu said calmly, is the teleportation pavilion unable to reach the soaring sky immortal kingdom? The teleportation pavilion is very powerful. There is no place in the entire 8 southern regions that cannot be reached. The gray-robed old man's brows relaxed as he said with a smile, it's just that there are more people in the soaring sky immortal kingdom recently, so you might have to wait for a few days. We're leaving today, Lin Lang said in a low voice. It would take 2 days to reach the soaring sky immortal kingdom by using the teleportation array. Once they reached the soaring sky immortal kingdom, they would need another day to reach the secret realm. Chapter 2440. Cloudy Mang Iron Guards. I'm sorry, I really can't today. The smile on the gray-robed old man's face gradually turned cold. If you need it, you can register first. Once there's an empty spot, I will inform you immediately. At this moment, a young man dressed in white walked in with a folding fan in his hand. Young Masterby, what brings you here? The gray-robed old man hurriedly greeted the white-robed young man with a smile. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have sent someone to pick you up. Get ready. I'm going to the soaring sky immortal kingdom. Young Masterby casually threw a spatial ring to the gray-robed old man and said indifferently, you better arrange it for me immediately. I'm in a rush. Yes. The gray-robed old man nodded and walked towards the back of the palace. Obviously, he was going to arrange a spatial teleportation array for young Masterby. Swoosh! Lin Lang's figure flashed and blocked the gray-robed old man. Why does he have a spot, but we have to wait for a few days? Lin Lang was extremely angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to use the spatial teleportation array, he would have already punished the gray-robed old man. Young Master Bai is the crown prince of the Cloudy Mang Immortal Kingdom, a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King. If he wants to use the spatial teleportation array, of course there's a spot. The gray-robed old man said proudly. Fifth-stage half-step Immortal King? Hearing this, Ningyu started to carefully examine young Master Bai. This caused Ningyu to be slightly surprised. The Cloudy Mang Immortal Kingdom was only a mid-level Immortal Kingdom, and the strongest cultivator was a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King. It didn't make sense for a crown prince to be a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King. This didn't make sense. What, you're not convinced? Young Master Bai waved the folding fan in his hand and said to Lin Lang, I'm a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King, and you're a first-stage half-step Immortal King. I really don't understand where you get the confidence to fight with me for the spatial teleportation array. Look, someone is fighting with young Master Bai. Young Master Bai is a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King. Fighting with him is tantamount to courting death. This is going to be a good show. Isn't that so? 3 months ago, young Master Bai suddenly rose to prominence, and his cultivation rose from the first level of the half-step Immortal King realm to the fifth level of the half-step Immortal King realm. He's extremely outstanding, and he directly replaced the previous crown prince to become the new crown prince of the Cloud Mang Immortal Empire. Young Master Bai is a man who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. These fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to offend young Master Bai. In my opinion, they're destined to die. In the main hall of the teleportation pavilion, everyone saw that Lin Lang and young Master Bai were in a dispute, and they all revealed the expressions of spectators. What's so great about a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King? Lin Lang had yet to respond. A young man in black next to them curled his lips and said, a fifth-stage half-step Celestial King who forcefully improved his cultivation by consuming medicinal pills. His strength is equivalent to a second-stage half-step Celestial King at most. The black-clothed man's words clearly caused young Master Bai's expression to turn extremely ugly. He had indeed consumed pills to raise his cultivation to the fifth-stage half-step Immortal King stage. However, this was his taboo. If anyone dared to use this to mock him, they would definitely not have a good ending. Young Master Bai stared coldly at the black-clothed man and said fiercely, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. Otherwise, I will take your life. If you want me to kowtow to you and admit my mistake, you need to have the strength to do so. The black-clothed man smiled faintly and said, you're courting death. Young Master Bai stomped his feet on the ground and immediately rushed out, rushing toward the black-clothed man. Swoosh! However, young Master Bai had just arrived in front of the black-clothed man when the black-clothed man turned into a shadow and disappeared. Bang! With a backhand punch, the black-clothed man bombarded young Master Bai's back, causing him to retreat several feet. I got it. Seeing the black-clothed man and young Master Bai fighting, Ningyu suddenly understood. Just now, he had been suspecting young Master Bai's identity. But now he was almost certain that young Master Bai was definitely related to a heavenly demon. In other words, young Master Bai might not be a heavenly demon, but the fact that he could improve his cultivation to the fifth-stage half-step Immortal King stage was definitely related to a heavenly demon. Who are you? Young Master Bai looked coldly at the black-clothed man and said in a low voice, this is Cloudy Mang City. If you dare to behave atrociously again, I will immediately mobilize the Cloudy Mang City Iron Guards and take you down. He could see that. Young Master Bai was already beyond furious. However, through the hasty exchange just now, young Master Bai judged that he was no match for the black-clothed man, so he could only resort to using threats. Cloudy Mang City Iron Guards, a motley crew. The black-clothed man shrugged, then turned to look at the gray-clothed old man and said, prepare a position for me. I want to go to the soaring sky, Immortal Kingdom. Cloudy Mang Iron Guards. Young Master Bai clenched his fists and shouted. Swoosh! As young Master Bai's words fell, several figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. These figures were the Cloudy Mang Iron Guards. Heavenly demons. As soon as the Cloudy Mang Iron Guards appeared, Ning Yu confirmed the judgment in his heart. Because the Cloudy Mang Iron Guards were not humans, but heavenly demons, genuine heavenly demons. Didn't they say that only one large region in the 8 southern regions was breached by heavenly demons? Ningyu was a little puzzled. Song Shihao had told him that there was only one entrance to the immortal court in the 8 southern regions that had been breached, and the Cloudy Mang Immortal Kingdom was located within the range of the entrance to the large region where Song Shihao was. Logically speaking, even if heavenly demons breached the entrance, they would not be able to infiltrate here so quickly. Could it be that heavenly demons have long entered the immortal court, and the 108 regions joined forces this time to deceive people? Ningyu frowned and thought to himself, "Go, take down this arrogant man." Young Master Bai waved his hand and pointed at the black-clothed man, saying, "I will reward anyone who can kill him with 10,000 two-realm stones." Boom! Hearing young Master Bai's words, the other martial artists in the hall even wanted to attack. Haha, as I said, you are just a motley crew. The black-clothed man did not panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after, he waved his wrist, and in an instant, several fist lights swept out. These fist lights then split into two into four into 8. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with cold light. Bang, bang, bang. The Cloudy Mang Iron Guards that young Master Bai called over were defeated by the black-clothed man in just one exchange. Of course, the black-clothed man did not kill the Cloudy Mang Iron Guards, but seriously injured them. Young Master Bai's face was extremely gloomy. Since he had reached the 5th phase of half-step to Immortal King, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He took a deep breath, bowed to the void, and said in a clear voice, "Please show yourself, King Pingling." Crack! The moment young Master Bai's voice fell, the void cracked. Then, a martial artist with a flat top slowly walked out of the void. It's him. Seeing the flat-top martial artist, the others did not have any reaction, but Yang Yumming, who was next to Ningyu, had an ugly expression. Chapter 2441. Chapter 2441. Chapter 241. Lich King. I didn't expect to meet young Master Yang here. After King Pingling appeared, he didn't look at young Master Bai or the black-robed man. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Yang Yumming. "Where is Mo Chong? Ask him to come out and see me," Yang Yumming said in a deep voice with a cold face. "Haha, young master is busy and has no time to see you." King Pingling smiled and said, "If young Master Yang insists on seeing young master, I can take you there. King Pingling, please take care of this rascal." Young Master Bai hurriedly reminded when he saw that the cultivator with the flat-top haircut didn't attack the black-robed man. Humph! King Pingling casually waved a cold light and knocked young Master Bai back several feet. He snorted and said, "You'd better not speak when you shouldn't, or you will easily get yourself killed." "Yes." Young Master Bai got up from the ground and answered immediately, even though he was spitting blood. "Young Master Yang, I'll take care of the trouble in front of me first. I'll catch up with you later." King Pingling first showed an apologetic look to young Master Yang, then looked at the black-robed man and said, "Kill yourself so that I can leave your body intact." "Haha, you want me to kill myself?" The black-robed man obviously didn't take King Pingling seriously. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a faint smile, "Trash who hasn't even reached the middle stage of Immortal King deserves to talk to me like this. You're courting death." King Pingling flew into a rage. He was at the peak of the early stage of Immortal King and extremely powerful. In his opinion, the black-robed man was just a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. A 5th stage half-step Immortal King called him an early stage Immortal King, a good-for-nothing. Even if his aunt could tolerate it, his uncle couldn't. In a flash, King Pingling came in front of the black-robed man and punched out with violent energy. The black-robed man didn't want to be outdone. He also clenched his right fist and punched out. Bang! The two fists collided. Countless shockwaves spread out in all directions. Clatter! Ningyu casually waved his hand, and easily blocked the shock waves. Most people in the hall didn't notice Ning Yu's little move. Their eyes were almost fixed on King Pingling and the black-robed man. Boom! After one move, King Pingling attacked again, launching a barrage of attacks at the black-clad man. Could it be that Mo Chong and the rest are also involved with the heavenly demons? Yang Yiming frowned slightly. Like Ning Yu, he had already determined that the Cloudy Mang Iron Guards were extraterrestrial demons. King Pingling was very close to the celestial demons, so it was very likely that he had joined the celestial demons. However, there was one thing that Yang Yiming did not understand. Mo Chong was someone from a super-immortal nation. Did he know that his subordinates were in cahoots with the heavenly demons? It would be fine if he didn't know, but once he did, the consequences would be unimaginable, because it meant that a super-celestial kingdom had already been infiltrated by the heavenly demons. You should know, in the 8 southern regions, although a super-celestial empire wasn't the strongest power, it was enough to shake the foundations of a large region. If the super-immortal kingdom that Mo Chong was in had already been infiltrated by the heavenly demons, or even controlled by them, then the entire 8 southern regions would probably have traces of the heavenly demons. Bang! Bang! While Yang Yiming was still deep in thought, the battle between the black-robed man and King Pingling had already ended. It wasn't that a victor had been decided, but that a stooped old man had appeared at the entrance of the teleportation pavilion. Seeing the old man, Ning Yu was shocked. The old man's cultivation was not at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, but at the peak of the middle stage Immortal King realm. Although Ning Yu could defeat an expert with such strength, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, because the old man was only a thin line away from the late-stage Immortal King realm. If he wanted to, he could advance to the late-stage Immortal King realm at any time. Greetings, Lich King. Seeing the old man appear, King Pingling was delighted and hurriedly greeted him. Just now, when he fought with the black-robed man, King Pingling had already judged the opponent's strength. If he fought head-on, he might not be able to get the upper hand, and he might even be killed by the opponent. Now that the Lich King had appeared, the black-robed man would definitely suffer. There was no other reason. The Lich King was a super expert under Mo Chong's command, infinitely close to the late-stage Immortal King realm. When such a peerless expert attacked, the black-robed man might not even be able to resist one move. What's going on? The Lich King didn't attack directly. He looked at King Pingling calmly and asked, "Young master didn't ask you to come here to stand up for this trash." Plop! Hearing the Lich King's words, King Pingling knelt on the ground in fear. He knew the Lich King's character very well. Anyone who offended the Lich King would not have a good ending. I was wrong. Please give me another chance, Lich King. King Pingling kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. I'll do it right away. Go ahead. I hope you won't let young master down. The Lich King said lightly. Thank you, Lich King. King Pingling hurriedly thanked him, then got up and walked toward the inner hall of the teleportation pavilion. When King Pingling disappeared, the Lich King said to the black-robed man, "Third Prince, since you're here, why don't you go and see young master?" "No need. I have nothing to see Mo Chong." The black-robed man said calmly, "Go back and tell Mo Chong that I'll definitely get back what I lost. That's not up to you." The Lich King's face turned cold, and then he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the black-robed man. "You can't catch me." The black-robed man took out a scroll from his bosom and activated it. Rumble. In an instant, the void cracked open, and the black-robed man jumped into the crack in front of the Lich King. "You want to leave?" The Lich King seemed to have guessed that the black-robed man would do this. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and suddenly a cold light appeared and was thrown into the crack. Poochie. Not long after, the black-robed man was knocked out of the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood and looking pale. "You!" The black-robed man stared at the Lich King in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" "Nothing is impossible. Third Prince, come with me. I believe the young master will spare your life on account of the fact that you two are brothers." The Lich King's expression did not change much. He said indifferently, "You should know that the other princes have all submitted to young master. In the near future, young master will inherit the throne of the emperor. Crack, crack. The black-robed man clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. In fact, before he came here, he had already prepared how to escape. Who would have thought? The Lich King's strength had soared to such a level, and he had mastered a spatial secret technique. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to escape using the scroll. Young Master Yang, why don't you come with me? After defeating the black-robed man, the Lich King turned to look at Yang Yumming and said, Young Master has been missing you ever since we parted at Cliffside City. Humph! Yang Yumming snorted coldly and shifted his gaze to Ningyu. Yang Yumming knew the current situation. Unless Ningyu made a move, he would definitely be taken away by the Lich King. However, he was not very sure. Chapter 2442. Chapter 2442. Chapter 2442, Unfavorable. The Lich King followed Yang Yumming's gaze and saw the extremely calm Ningyu. To be honest, Ningyu's reaction made the Lich King a little puzzled, because Ningyu is only a 5th phase half-step Celestial King, while he was a peak intermediate Celestial King. Logically, a 5th phase half-step Celestial King should not have such an expression when he saw a peak intermediate Celestial King. Unless this 5th phase half-step Celestial King had a way to protect his life, so he was not afraid of a peak intermediate Celestial King expert. Interesting. The Lich King sized up Ningyu, then said, You are not weak. Come with me to see the young master. Swoosh. As he spoke, the Lich King extended his right hand, wanting to grab Ningyu. Bang! However, just as the Lich King's palm was about to touch Ningyu, Xiao Duanya suddenly attacked, punching towards the Lich King's fist. Song Shihao had once said, no matter what, he had to ensure Ningyu's safety. So, seeing the Lich King attack, Xiao Duanya would help Ningyu without any hesitation. You overestimate yourself. The Lich King's expression turned cold, and he gave up on Ningyu. Golden light flashed on his fist, and he punched toward Xiao Duanya. In an instant, the Lich King's fist collided with Xiao Duanya's fist. The two fists collided. The Lich King stood where he was without moving, while Xiao Duanya flew out in a straight line. Swoosh! Seeing that Xiao Duanya was about to hit the ground, a shadow darted out and caught him firmly. Obviously, the martial artist who caught Xiao Duanya was none other than Ningyu. Ningyu was not a heartless person, although he did not need Xiao Duanya's help. No matter what, Xiao Duanya was injured by the Lich King because of him. Good lad, your strength is indeed terrifying. The Lich King did not care about Xiao Duanya's life or death. He looked coldly at Ningyu and said in a low voice, I will still say the same thing. Come with me to see the young master. I can plead with the young master to spare your wretched life. Others might not know. However, the Lich King knew it very well. When they were exchanging blows just now, he had secretly left a force on Xiao Duanya's body. The force that he had left behind was enough to kill an ordinary peak early immortal king martial artist. The fact that Ningyu was able to break the force that he had left behind so easily showed that Ningyu's strength had far surpassed the peak of the early immortal king stage. He could even fight against an intermediate immortal king stage expert. However, in the eyes of the Lich King, even though Ningyu's strength had reached the intermediate stage of the immortal king stage, he was still not afraid. Are you all right? Ningyu placed Xiao Duanya on the ground, then threw him an energy stone. Xiao Duanya did not stand on ceremony. He took the energy stone and immediately threw it into his mouth. Gotcha! The moment the energy stone entered his mouth, it turned into majestic energy and flowed into Xiao Duanya's abdomen through his throat. With the help of this terrifying energy, Xiao Duanya very quickly recovered to his peak state. I'm fine. Xiao Duanya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can still fight. Ha 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 ha. The Lich King seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his head and laughed wildly, saying, Against you, I can kill you with one hand. Go and rest first. Ningyu patted Xiao Duanya's shoulder and secretly transmitted his voice. Pay attention to protect Yang Yumming and Lin Lang. Ningyu did not have any fear towards a simple Lich King. The only thing that made Ningyu feel fear was the indistinct aura in the void. The Lich King only had the cultivation of a peak intermediate stage, Immortal King stage expert. However, the indistinct aura in the void seemed to be that of a late-stage Immortal King stage expert. And this was the reason why Ningyu did not fight the Lich King with his life at the first instance. Have you thought it through? Just as Ningyu was thinking, the Lich King's voice sounded in his ears. Not much. Ningyu collected his thoughts and revealed an arrogant expression. He said proudly, "Against you, I can also kill you with one hand. You're courting death." The Lich King was completely infuriated by Ningyu. He raised his head and roared. His feet stepped on the ground, and his body instantly darted out. This time, the Lich King was even faster. He only used a second to reach in front of Ningyu. He raised his right leg and kicked at Ningyu's head. Bang! Facing the Lich King's attack, Ningyu was calm. He raised his right arm and unavoidably collided with the Lich King's right leg. Arm collided with leg. No matter how one looked at it, Ningyu did not have the upper hand. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Ningyu and the Lich King retreated several zhang at the same time. In this move, neither side gained the upper hand. Damn it, how can he be so strong? After one move, the Lich King did not continue to attack, but his face was very ugly. Previously, he knew that Ningyu was strong, but he did not expect it to be this strong. In a one-on-one fight, if he wanted to win, the probability was only 50%. In other words, if no outsider intervened, he could only continue to tangle with Ningyu today. However, the Lich King was thinking about how to fight with Ningyu, and Ningyu was also thinking about how to fight with him. The difference between them was that the Lich King was thinking about how to defeat Ningyu, while Ningyu was thinking about how to stall for time so that he could judge whether the expert in the void was a friend or foe. If the expert in the void was a friend, then Ningyu would not hesitate to attack and kill the Lich King. However, if the expert in the void was an enemy, then Ningyu would escape immediately without hesitation. "Ningyu, can you give me an energy stone?" At this moment, a voice rang in Ningyu's ears. The martial artist who spoke was none other than the Black-Robed Man. "With just an energy stone, I can contact a helper who is thousands of miles away and ask him to come to our rescue." Seeing that Ningyu did not respond to him, the Black-Robed Man hurriedly said, "Mo Chong has a late-stage Immortal King expert with him. If there is no helper, both of us will die." Ningyu glanced at the Black-Robed Man and said lightly, "Why should I believe you?" Although the situation was very dangerous, Ningyu did not give the energy stone to the Black-Robed Man immediately. Perhaps if he gave the energy stone to the Black-Robed Man could invite a late-stage Immortal King helper. However, who knew if the Black-Robed Man would turn against him after the matter was done? If he defeated the Lich King and the rest, then he would have to face a new force. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? I can open my mind and let you control it. The Black-Robed Man was very afraid that Ningyu would reject him. He opened his mind and said, "Besides, as long as you help me this time, I can give you a large number of 2 realm stones." Sure. After thinking for a while, Ningyu separated a bit of soul power and entered the Black-Robed Man's body. Swoosh. Subsequently, Ningyu shook his wrist and threw an energy stone to the Black-Robed Man. Crack! After catching the energy stone, the Black-Robed Man did not hesitate and crushed it. At the same time, he used a secret skill to contact a helper who was thousands of miles away. Third Prince, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? However, Chapter 2443. Chapter 2443. Chapter 2443. The Last Radiance of Setting Sun Ka Ka Ka. As the faint voice rang out, the void suddenly split open. Then, an old man in brown clothes slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss! As soon as the brown-robed old man appeared, everyone around sucked in a cold breath. Late-stage Immortal King. The brown-robed old man's cultivation was a level higher than the Lich King's. He had reached the terrifying late-stage Celestial King realm. "It's you." Seeing the brown-robed old man, The black-robed man's face instantly turned cold. The super-immortal kingdom he was in was called the Dragon War Empire. Dragon War Empire has a total of 10 princes, and each prince has a lot of powerful people behind him to support him. The brown-robed elder in front of him was the supporter behind the third prince, Mo Chong. His name was Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu's strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among all the prince's supporters. This time, he had secretly gone to the Cloudy Mang Celestial Kingdom to investigate whether Mo Chong had colluded with the heavenly demons. Once he found evidence, he could easily overthrow Mo Chong. Third prince, don't waste your energy. I've already set up a formation in the surroundings. You're dreaming if you want to spread the news. The corner of Zhao Feiyu's lips curled up into a smile. He softly said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Open up your mind, or else I will teach you the meaning of cruelty." Boom! While they were speaking, Zhao Feiyu unleashed his aura and frantically pressed against the black-clothed man. Ka! Under the pressure of Zhao Feiyu's terrifying aura, a crisp sound came from the black-clothed man's knees, and beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. Mo Xiao, don't think that just because I called you the third prince, you'll become arrogant. Today, you'll have to surrender even if you don't want to. Zhao Feiyu moved his feet and walked towards a man in black. Dong dong dong. Although Zhao Feiyu's speed was very slow, in Mo Xiao's eyes, it was very fast. I am the third prince of the Dragon War Empire. You dare to kill me. It was a critical moment. Mo Xiao took out a token from his bosom and said coldly, "This token was given to me by Imperial Father. As long as you kill me, Imperial Father will know immediately." Damn it! Zhao Feiyu's face turned ugly when he saw the token in Mo Xiao's hand. Dragon War Empire had a total of 10 princes. The Sovereign Emperor secretly sent out 3 tokens. Originally, Zhao Feiyu thought that it was impossible for Mo Xiao to have a token. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The token on Mo Xiao meant that he couldn't kill Mo Xiao. At most, he could only imprison him. Once he forcibly killed Mo Xiao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feiyu coldly looked at Mo Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I've underestimated you, Lich King. Here." The Lich King immediately came before Zhao Feiyu, cupped his fists, and said, "What instructions does Lord Zhao have?" "Capture Mo Xiao and lock him in the Cloud Mang dungeon." Zhao Feiyu said coldly. "Yes." The Lich King stomped on the ground and immediately arrived in front of Mo Xiao. He grabbed Mo Xiao's shoulder and fled into the distance. Ningyu looked on coldly and had no intention of interfering. Ningyu was very clear about his own strength. He could kill the Lich King without expending too much energy. However, against Zhao Feiyu, who was at the late Immortal King stage, there was only death awaiting him. Even if he used the bloodline of the war god physique, there was absolutely no possibility of him winning. Moreover, even if he wanted to save Mo Xiao, he was powerless even if he wanted to. After the Lich King took Mo Xiao away, Zhao Feiyu shifted his gaze to Ningyu. "You're not weak. Are you interested in following me and working for me?" Zhao Feiyu had seen the battle between Ningyu and the Lich King, so he knew that Ningyu was very strong. Now, Mo Chong was short of manpower. If he could get a beneficial helper like Ningyu, then he would have less pressure in the upcoming battle for the Crown Prince position. "Do I have a choice?" Ningyu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't mind following you and working for you, but in my opinion, Mo Chong should mind." "It's okay." Zhao Feiyu waved his hand and said, "Young master is magnanimous. I already know about your encounter with him in Broken Cliff City. With my persuasion, young master will definitely accept you. In that case, many thanks." Ningyu cupped his fists at Zhao Feiyu. In this situation, Ningyu actually had no other choice. Either submit to Zhao Feiyu or be killed by Zhao Feiyu. Or in other words, he could immediately cultivate the war god body to the body strengthening level. In this case, he still had the ability to fight with Zhao Feiyu. "Let's go, follow me." "Not good." Zhao Feiyu nodded and was about to instruct Ningyu to follow him when his expression changed drastically. Lich King. Without much time to think, Zhao Feiyu immediately sent a voice transmission to the Lich King. Come back quickly and look after Ningyu and the others for me. Young master is in trouble. I have to go and save him. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feiyu immediately jumped up toward the void and went in. Voila! As soon as Zhao Feiyu left, the Lich King and Mo Xiao appeared in front of everyone. Young master is in trouble? Ningyu frowned slightly. He was not sure if this was Zhao Feiyu's test. Therefore, he did not act rashly for the time being. Instead, he stayed where he was. Ningyu, Zhao Feiyu has left. Do you have a way to kill the Lich King? Ningyu had concerns, but Mo Xiao did not. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Ningyu. Kill the Lich King, and then help me break the surrounding formation. I will immediately contact the helpers thousands of miles away. No problem. Ningyu unleashed his perception, probing the surroundings for a moment before saying heavily. Ningyu did not help Mo Xiao just now because he knew that he was no match for Zhao Feiyu. After his probe, he had basically confirmed that Zhao Feiyu had left. A simple Lich King could not pose any threat to him. Swish! Swish! Ningyu did not hesitate. He stepped on the ground and immediately rushed toward the Lich King. At the same time, he took out another energy stone and threw it at Mo Xiao. Slash! Ningyu gathered all the energy in his body on the red demon sword and slashed backward. Ningyu used 100% of his strength in this slash. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit, let alone the Lich King who was at the peak of the intermediate Celestial King realm. Small fry. Oh no! The Lich King wanted to mock Ningyu, but when he sensed the terrifying energy stone on the red demon sword, his expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat. However, it was obviously too late for the Lich King to retreat now. He had just retreated a few steps when Ningyu appeared in front of him with the red demon sword and blocked his way. Swoosh! Ningyu did not hold back. He held the red demon sword and stabbed the Lich King's heart. In an instant, the Lich King's heart was pierced and blood flowed out. After his heart was pierced, the Lich King did not die immediately. Instead, his mouth was slightly open and his face was full of disbelief. He was a peerless expert at the peak of the intermediate Celestial King realm. He could even fight against a late-stage Celestial King realm martial artist. Now that he was killed by a 5th-stage Celestial King, how could he accept this? Die. Chapter 2444. Chapter 2444. Chapter 2444 holds something back. Chi. Reality proved that the power of the final radiance of the setting sun was extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. The void in front of the Lich King split open, and countless spatial fragments spread out in all directions. Kill. In the face of the Lich King's attack before his death, Ningyu's expression didn't change much. He waved the red demon sword again, unleashing a terrifying sword projection. Walala! The sword light grew larger and larger until it finally collided with the countless spatial fragments. The huge sword light engulfed the spatial fragments almost instantly. I can't accept this. The Lich King's face became slightly ferocious. In the end, he couldn't figure out why he, a peak intermediate immortal king, couldn't kill Ningyu, who was a 5th-stage half-step immortal king. Of course, he would never be able to understand this in his next life. After killing the Lich King, Ningyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he looked relaxed, the actual situation was extremely dangerous. The Lich King's counterattack before his death was enough to kill an ordinary late immortal king expert. If Ningyu did not possess a treasure like the red demon sword, he would have been killed by the Lich King long ago. As its level increased, the secrets within the red demon sword were gradually revealed. After killing the Lich King, Ningyu did not devour him. Instead, he left him for the red demon sword. The Red Fiend devoured the Lich King very quickly. With his cooperation with the Red Fiend, it only took a minute for the Lich King to be completely devoured. Although the Lich King was an intermediate immortal king expert, the energy contained in his body was comparable to an ordinary advanced immortal king expert. After the Red Demon Sword had devoured the Lich King, its rank had directly soared from the Celestial King Intermediate Stage to the Celestial King Advanced Stage. Help me break the formation. As soon as Ning Yu killed the Lich King, Mo Xiao shouted from the other side, "I can feel another expert coming this way." No problem. Ning Yu is not an indecisive person. He waved the Red Demon Sword in his hand repeatedly, and several sword rays shot out, blasting at the formation around him. Gotcha! The array formation set up by Zhao Feiyu was indeed very powerful. Fortunately, Zhao Feiyu was not here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ning Yu to break the formation with his strength alone. As soon as Ning Yu broke the formation, Mo Xiao used a secret technique to contact the helpers thousands of miles away. How long will it take? Seeing Mo Xiao's relieved expression, Ning Yu couldn't help but ask. Ning Yu knew this better than anyone else. Even though Zhao Feiyu had left due to some matters, as long as he wanted to come back, he could return in less than 3 seconds. 30 seconds, Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. For a late-stage immortal king, a distance of 1,000 miles could be covered in a few leaps. After all, they all understood the Tao of space. His attainments in the field of space would not be too weak. Drip, drip. Time was ticking away. 30 seconds wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For Mo Xiao, these 30 seconds were a torment. He was afraid that Zhao Feiyu would come back. One had to know. Once Zhao Feiyu came back, even if he contacted the helpers thousands of miles away, it was destined to be useless. Hurry up, hurry up. Mo Xiao clenched his fists and said to himself, "Gotcha." Just as Mo Xiao was secretly praying, the void suddenly cracked and a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Feiyu. This figure was not the helper that Mo Xiao invited, but Zhao Feiyu. Damn it. Seeing Zhao Feiyu, Mo Xiao's face instantly turned cold. It's too late. This was Mo Xiao's first thought. Where's the Lich King? After appearing, Zhao Feiyu did not attack Mo Xiao immediately. Instead, he looked around and said doubtfully, "Didn't I ask him to come over and watch you?" "Sorry." Ning Yu shrugged and said, "The Lich King was disrespectful to me and has been killed by me." What? Zhao Feiyu's face changed dramatically, and his face was full of disbelief. The Lich King's cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage Celestial King realm, only one step away from the late stage Celestial King realm. Ning Yu was only a 5th stage half-step Celestial King. Moreover, the combat power that he had displayed just now was completely impossible to kill the Lich King. I hope he comes soon. Ning Yu prayed secretly, then looked at Zhao Feiyu and said indifferently, "The Lich King was disrespectful to me and was killed by me. You're courting death." Zhao Feiyu's face was extremely cold. He had only left for a minute or two and found that the Lich King had been killed when he returned. This matter was indeed a little unimaginable. "I can't let you live." Zhao Feiyu stared at Ning Yu coldly and said coldly, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that I can only send you to hell." As soon as he said the word hell, Zhao Feiyu's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ning Yu. He clenched his right hand and suddenly punched. Gotcha! 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 Zhao Feiyu's punch was very powerful. The void in front of Ning Yu cracked rhythmically. At the critical moment, Ning Yu injected all the energy in his body into his fist, and it collided with Zhao Feiyu's fist with no way to avoid it. This collision, like a kite with a broken string, Ning Yu flew backward in a straight line. Fortunately, Ning Yu took out an energy stone in time and threw it into his mouth to recover. Otherwise, Zhao Feiyu's punch was enough to make him lose his combat power. "Humph! You overestimate yourself." Zhao Feiyu snorted coldly and said, "Hand over the Lich King. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your 9 generations." Whose 9 generations do you want to exterminate? However, as soon as Zhao Feiyu's cold words sounded, an indifferent voice came from the void. "Elder Gua." Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Xiao revealed a look of ecstasy. Guosheng. Zhao Feiyu's face turned a little ugly. He naturally knew who the owner of the voice was. The supporter behind Mo Xiao, the late-stage celestial king expert, Guosheng. Strictly speaking, compared to Guosheng, his strength was still a little weaker. Now that Guosheng had appeared, things immediately became complicated and confusing. Guosheng came out of the void and landed beside Mo Xiao. Papa. He stretched out his right hand and poked Mo Xiao's body a few times. Suddenly, Guosheng's face turned cold, because he discovered that there was a soul force in Mo Xiao's body. That soul force could control Mo Xiao's life and death. It's you. Guosheng did not look at Zhao Feiyu. Instead, his eyes slowly moved around the crowd and finally landed on Ningyu. He said, "Who gave you the courage to control the third prince?" "I did not do anything wrong." Guosheng's actions made Ningyu secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he left a soul force in Mo Xiao's body, allowing him to control Mo Xiao's life and death. Otherwise, after Guosheng saved Mo Xiao, he would definitely face Zhao Feiyu. "I'll give myself the courage." Ningyu stood up from the ground, patted his clothes, and said, "Mo Xiao, come here." Hearing Ningyu's words, Mo Xiao revealed a hesitant expression. Chapter 2445. Chapter 2445. Chapter 2445 continued to transform Third Prince. Seeing Mo Xiao walking towards Ningyu, Guosheng's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I can suppress the soul force in your body." Whoosh! While they were talking, Guosheng's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of Mo Xiao. He stretched out his right hand and patted Mo Xiao's shoulder. A force entered Mo Xiao's body through his shoulder and began to fight against the soul force that Ningyu had left in Mo Xiao's body. However, although Guosheng was a late-stage immortal king, his force did not gain any advantage against Ningyu's soul force. On the contrary, the violent collision caused Mo Xiao to spit out blood, and his face turned pale. Oh no! Mo Xiao's miserable state caused Guosheng's expression to change slightly, and he immediately stopped the input of force. Then, Guosheng took out an elixir and threw it into Mo Xiao's mouth. Crack! The elixir melted in Mo Xiao's mouth and went down his throat to his abdomen, slowly healing his injuries. Phew! Seeing this, Guosheng could not help but let out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, the force just now was not too powerful. Otherwise, the power of the backlash alone would be enough to kill Mo Xiao. "I'll give you one last chance." Guosheng protected Mo Xiao behind him and looked at Ningyu coldly. "Give up your control over the third prince, or I'll let you know what cruelty is." Actually, I'm a little curious. Ningyu did not directly answer Guosheng's words. Instead, he shrugged and said calmly, "You know that I have absolute control over Mo Xiao, yet you still insist on stopping Mo Xiao from coming over. Could it be that you have a deep grudge against Mo Xiao?" Actually, it was no wonder that Ningyu thought so. Guosheng's method was indeed a little special. This was also Ningyu's way of doing things. If it was anyone else, Mo Xiao would have already paid the price. That's right. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu, who was at the side, nodded and said, "Guosheng's actions are indeed somewhat unkind. However, according to the results of my investigation, Guosheng and the third prince have not been on good terms for a long time. Now that he's protecting the third prince, it's possible that he's using someone else to do his dirty work." Guosheng was so angry that his nose became crooked. The reason why he stopped Mo Xiao was because he was afraid that Mo Xiao would be controlled by Ningyu. In the end, from Ningyu and Zhao Feiyu's mouths, it was said that he was not on good terms with the third prince and wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. This pot, he refused to carry it. "Mo Xiao, you still have." Ningyu stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 seconds to come over." "Elder Guo, please wait a moment." Mo Xiao gritted his teeth, stomped on the ground, and rushed toward Ningyu. Guosheng might be stupid, but Mo Xiao wasn't. He knew it better than anyone else. On the surface, Ningyu didn't look angry, but in fact he was not. If he couldn't reach Ningyu within 3 seconds, then his fate was doomed. Even if he didn't die, he would be sucked dry. Damn it! Guosheng clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling with anger. Really boring. Zhao Feiyu glanced at Guosheng and said, "Old Guo, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's more, you and I are both from the Dragon War Empire. We should unite and kill Ningyu first." "Get lost!" Guosheng shouted at Zhao Feiyu, and then stared at Mo Xiao and Ningyu, for fear that Ningyu would do something bad to Mo Xiao. "Very good." Looking at Mo Xiao in front of him, Ningyu said, "You should know that controlling you is really a helpless act." "Understood." Mo Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. "Can Guosheng kill Zhao Feiyu?" Ningyu didn't say much to Mo Xiao. His soul force surged and transmitted a message. What Ningyu was most worried about now was not whether Guosheng would do something bad to him, but whether Guosheng could kill Zhao Feiyu, or to seriously injure Zhao Feiyu. After all, Zhao Feiyu was also a late-stage Immortal King expert. With his strength, he would be killed in less than 3 moves. "No, at most, we're evenly matched." Mo Xiao also transmitted a message, and this is based on the premise that Zhao Feiyu has no helpers. "But you should know that Mo Chong, who is behind Zhao Feiyu, is likely to have colluded with the Sky Demon. Once a Sky Demon expert comes, all of us will die." Hiss! Hearing that, Ningyu gasped. Mo Xiao was right. Zhao Feiyu might be a small fry, and the real expert should be with Mo Chong. If only I could improve my cultivation a little more. Ningyu's expression became extremely solemn. Ever since he entered the Immortal Court, he was eager to improve his strength. However, his cultivation had already reached the 5th stage half-step Immortal King, and his strength could also compete with a peak middle stage Immortal King expert. If he wanted to improve his strength, it would be very difficult for him to make a breakthrough unless he improved his cultivation to the real Immortal King realm. Of course, it was difficult to make a breakthrough, but it didn't mean it was impossible. Now, his war god body had reached the transformation stage, and he had already completed 1/10 of the blood transformation. As long as he could complete the transformation of the remaining 9/10, his strength would skyrocket to a terrifying level. By then, with his 5th stage half-step Immortal King cultivation, he might be able to compete with a late-stage Immortal King expert, and even kill one. Ningyu, the Lich King, is an ancient demonic beast, and his blood is extremely special. At this moment, the voice of the Red Devil suddenly rang in Ningyu's ears. "Ancient demonic beast." Ningyu was slightly startled, and then he said, "What's going on?" The Lich King was a peak middle stage Immortal King expert, and it took Ningyu quite a bit of effort to kill him. After killing the Lich King, Ningyu left the Lich King for the Red Devil's sword to devour. He wanted the Red Devil's sword to advance to the late-stage Immortal King realm as soon as possible. Now that the Red Devil's sword said that the Lich King's blood was special, could it be? Thinking of this, Ningyu's heart moved. If the Lich King's blood could really be ranked in the top of the Myriad Heavens and Realms physique ranking, then he might really be able to successfully cultivate the transformation stage by devouring it. "Give me the blood." Ningyu is not an indecisive person. He immediately said to the Red Devil, "Protect me, and try not to let others disturb me." Chi-Chi, the Red Devil, controlled the Lich King's blood and sent it into Ningyu's body through the Red Devil sword. Rank 90 in the Myriad Heavens and Realms physique ranking. As soon as he received the Lich King's blood, Ningyu determined that the Lich King's physique was enough to enter the top 90 of the Myriad Heavens and Realms physique ranking. Moreover, the Lich King's original body was a demonic beast, and his blood was even comparable to the blood of the 85th rank in the Myriad Heavens and Realms physique ranking. Transform. Ningyu did not waste any time. He immediately activated his spell and began to devour the Lich King's blood. Bang! Time passed very slowly. Guo Sheng and Zhao Feiyu were confronting each other, while Mo Xiao stood at the side, paying close attention to their movements. Chapter 2446. Chapter 2446. Chapter 2446. Blood Slave Warrior. Bang. 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 Everything seemed to be calm, but in fact, undercurrents were surging. 3 minutes passed. Ningyu refined all the blood of the Lich King. After refining the blood of the Lich King, the blood of Ningyu's god of war body completed another 40% transformation. In other words, currently, Ningyu's body of the war god's bloodline had reached 5/10 of the transformation stage. He only needed to devour some blood of special constitutions to reach the 3rd level, the body strengthening level. However, even if he didn't reach the body strengthening level, Ningyu's strength had improved greatly. Just now, he could only run away from a late-stage Immortal King powerhouse. He didn't even have the chance to escape. But now, if he faced a late-stage Immortal King powerhouse again, he would be able to deal with it easily and even slightly resist. Not enough. Ningyu knew that this was not enough, far from enough. He had to improve his strength again to the point where he could kill late-stage Immortal King powerhouses. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to break out of today's trap. Mo Xiao. Ningyu's eyes fell on Mo Xiao. Waving his hand at Mo Xiao, Ningyu said, "Do you know the list of all heavens and worlds physique?" Huh? Hearing Ningyu's question, Mo Xiao was slightly startled, then said, "I know the list of all heavens and worlds physique. The Emperor of Dragon War Empire, my father, is ranked 70th on the list of all heavens and worlds physique." All right. Ningyu was very helpless. Mo Xiao's words meant that he didn't have the blood of the top physique of all heavens and worlds physique. The plan to get blood from Mo Xiao was ruined. Boom! All of a sudden, Guo Sheng's figure flashed, and he started a battle with Zhao Feiyu. Both of them were peerless late-stage Immortal King powerhouses. How powerful would the aftermath of their battle be? It was just a hasty exchange of blows, but the surrounding void cracked and countless houses collapsed. Battle in the void, Guo Sheng growled, then leaped into the air and rushed into the void. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Not to be outdone, Zhao Feiyu followed closely behind. Rumble. The battle between Zhao Feiyu and Guo Sheng caused the void to shatter and the sky to darken. Because the difference in their strength was not too great, it was difficult to determine the victor of their battle in a short period of time. Creak. Not long after, King Pingling, who had entered the inner hall of the teleportation pavilion, walked straight out. Beside King Pingling was a middle-aged man in a green robe. Sky Demon? The moment he saw the man in green, Ningyu's pupils shrank. There was no other reason. He determined that the green-robed man was not a human, but a heavenly demon. Humph! Why aren't you kneeling when you see Lord Battle General? Apparently, King Pingling did not know that the Lich King had been killed. He harumphed coldly and said, "The Green-Robed Battle General is one of the 9 great battle generals under the command of Blood Sky Battle Emperor. His cultivation base has reached the peak of Intermediate Immortal King realm, only half a step away from the true Advanced Immortal King realm. How dare you not kneel down when you see him? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." Whoosh. After that, in order to show off in front of the green-robed battle general, King Pingling rushed out on the spot, turned his right fist into a claw, and grabbed at Ningyu's head. Speak of the devil. Ningyu did not pay attention to King Pingling. His eyes were fixed on the green-robed battle general. Although the body constitution of the green-robed battle general was not ranked in the top 100 in the list of body constitutions in the universe, due to his special identity as a sky demon, his body constitution was stronger than the top 100 in the universe. After all, the list of body constitutions did not include sky demons. How dare you? King Pingling was furious. He sped up again, trying to grab Ningyu's head. Noisy. It was not until King Pingling came in front of him that Ningyu clenched his right fist and threw it out. Crack. Ah! 2 sounds rang out in succession. The first was the sound of King Pingling's fist breaking. The second was the scream of King Pingling. I'm going to tear you into pieces. King Pingling let out a furious roar. Die. Ningyu did not want King Pingling to waste his time here. He took out the red demon's sword and stabbed it at King Pingling's heart. Puff! In an instant, the red demon's sword pierced through King Pingling's heart. You! King Pingling looked down at the flying sword in his heart, then pointed at Ningyu. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, he fell backward and died on the spot. Swish! Ningyu would not waste the energy in King Pingling's body. He waved his hand and sucked King Pingling into the red demon sword, so that Ning Lu and the others could devour it. In recent times, Ningyu had already killed a few Immortal King experts and an unknown number of half-step Immortal King experts. Inside the red demon sword, Ning Lu, Shuiwe Fairy, the Dark Emperor, and even his parents were quickly devouring the energy to cultivate. Now, except for Ning Yu's parents, the others had all improved their cultivation to the Lord of Heaven realm. Among them, Ning Lu and the Dark Emperor had improved the fastest. They had reached the late stage of Lord of Heaven and were not far from the peak of Lord of Heaven. If they were given some time, they might even break through to the Immortal King realm. Human, you're very strong. Be my slave. The death of King Pingling did not change the expression of the green-robed general. On the contrary, the green-robed general stared at Ningyu with interest and said, I'm one of the 9 generals under the command of the Blood Sky War Emperor. I command hundreds of millions of celestial demons. As long as you surrender to me, I can give you an army of celestial demons and let you conquer the world. I'd like to know to what extent my strength will improve after devouring your blood. Ningyu licked his lips and said, If I were you, I would surrender obediently, so as not to suffer some unnecessary pain. Ha ha ha. The green-robed general seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He first looked up and laughed wildly, then changed the topic and said coldly, Do you think I'm no match for you because I've been seriously injured? I have to say that you're a little naive. Even if my cultivation has dropped to the middle stage Immortal King realm, it's still easy for me to kill you. Drop? Ningyu did not underestimate the enemy at all. Hearing this, he immediately used his perception and began to carefully observe the green-robed general. I'm a celestial demon. Ningyu cursed when he saw it. Misjudgment. It was indeed a misjudgment. The cultivation of the green-robed general was not at the middle stage Immortal King realm, but at the late stage Immortal King realm. Due to some reasons, his cultivation had dropped to the middle stage Immortal King realm. But even so, the strength that the green-robed general could exert was comparable to some humans at the late stage Immortal King realm. It was no exaggeration. Even some human experts who had just reached the late stage Immortal King realm might not be able to win against the green-robed general. What do you think? Do you want to consider surrendering to me and being my slave? The green-robed general was very satisfied with Ning Yu's reaction. Chapter 2447. Chapter 2447. Chapter 2447 Physique Strengthening Level. In that case, shouldn't I thank you? Ning Yu's lips curled up. Tell me, how should I thank you? No need to thank me, as long as you open your mind and surrender. The green-robed general waved his hand. Humph! Ning Yu snorted coldly, turned into a shadow, and immediately rushed out. The green-robed general was seriously injured, and his combat power was less than half of his peak. Now is the best time to kill the green-robed general. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Ning Yu's war, God Body's blood, had already completed half of the transformation level. He only needed to devour the green-robed general's blood to complete the final transformation and completely reach the physique strengthening level. The physique strengthening level, as the name suggested, could strengthen the physique of the war god body. At this time, Ning Yu's physical strength was comparable to a mid-stage Immortal King martial artist. If he could reach the physique strengthening level, then his physical strength could even be comparable to a late-stage Immortal King powerhouse. At that time, with his fifth-stage half-step Immortal King cultivation, it was not difficult to kill a late-stage Immortal King martial artist. Courting death. Seeing Ning Yu rushing towards him, the green-robed general snorted coldly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and directly punched out. Bang! In an instant, Ning Yu's fist collided with the green-robed general's fist. Swish! Swish! After one move, Ning Yu and the green-robed general retreated several feet at the same time. Obviously, in this short confrontation, whether it was Ning Yu or the green-robed general, neither gained the upper hand. Interesting. The green-robed general looked coldly at Ning Yu and said sinisterly, "With a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King cultivation, you can actually take a punch with 30% of my strength. I have to say, your strength is indeed very strong. You're not bad yourself. You could take a punch with 10% of my strength." Ning Yu also shrugged and said, "I originally thought that an attack with 10% of my strength would be able to blast you into pieces. Who would have thought that you have some ability? I'm going to tear you to pieces." The green-robed general was furious to the extreme. Ever since he entered the Immortal Court, he had never suffered such humiliation. However, despite his anger, the green-robed general did not lose his rationality. He took a deep breath, flicked his wrist, and summoned a flying sword. The flying sword wasn't too long, but there were hundreds of skulls engraved on its blade. Skeleton Killing Sword. The green-robed general's flying sword was called the Killing Skeleton Sword, and it was a late-stage Immortal King. Because of your stupidity, everyone here today must die. The green-robed warrior gently stroked the skeleton sword as if he was caressing a lover. Even though the Killing Skull Sword was only at the late Immortal King stage, it was very special. To be precise, the Killing Skull Sword was similar to Ning Yu's Red Demon Sword. Both of them could devour other flying swords to strengthen themselves and raise their level. Otherwise, how could a peerless heavenly demon like the green-robed general only use a flying sword of the late Immortal King realm? Arrogant heavenly demons always have short lives. Ning Yu cracked his neck, then summoned the Red Demon Sword, and said indifferently, "If you were at your peak, I would naturally retreat. But unfortunately, you are not at your peak, so I have no choice but to kill you. Die." Hearing Ning Yu's nonchalant words, the green-robed general, who was originally very calm, suddenly exploded. Wielding the Killing Skeleton Sword, the green-robed general's toes touched the ground, and he instantly arrived in front of Ning Yu. Chi-chi! The energy on the Killing Skeleton Sword made a hissing sound as it slashed towards Ning Yu's neck. The green-robed general wanted to directly cut off Ning Yu's head with this attack. However, how could Ning Yu just watch as the Killing Skeleton Sword slashed towards his neck? He immediately retreated with both feet on the ground. Swoosh! The Killing Skull Sword missed its target and tore a hole in the void. "Let's fight in the sky." Ning Yu's figure flashed, and he directly flew into the air. If he was the slightest bit careless when fighting in Cloudy Mang City, the entire city would be reduced to ashes. Although Ning Yu is no saint, he did not want to destroy Cloudy Mang City. "You think I'm afraid of you?" The green-robed general leaped up and chased after Ning Yu. I wonder if Ning Yu can win. Watching Ning Yu and the green-robed general fight in the void, Lin Lang, who was in the teleportation pavilion, had a worried look on his face. Ning Yu was the main force entering the soaring sky, Celestial Kingdom's mystic realm. If anything happened to him, then this trip to the mystic realm was destined to end in failure. Don't worry. Lin Lang's cultivation was relatively low, and he could not determine who would win between Ning Yu and the green-robed general. However, Xiao Duanya was very clear. Just now, for some reason, Ning Yu's strength had more than doubled. Under such circumstances, if Ning Yu went to deal with the injured green-robed general, his chances of winning were extremely high. Should we inform Song Shihao and say that there are heavenly demons infiltrating Cloudy Mang City? Lin Lang hesitated for a moment and asked. "No need." Xiao Duanya glanced at him, "Oh, Xiao," then shook his head and said, "I believe that the internal affairs of the Dragon War Empire can be resolved by themselves. Don't worry. Eldegua is very powerful. After he kills Zhao Feiyu, he will immediately join forces with Ningyu to encircle and annihilate the green-robed general. Mo Xiao knew what Xiao Duanya meant and said in a low voice, "Bang!" At this moment, a figure descended from the 9 heavens and landed heavily on the ground. Hiss! Seeing the figure descending, Yang Yumming, Lin Lang, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This figure was none other than the arrogant green-robed general. However, at this moment, the green-robed general had already become a piece of human skin. Even his bones had disappeared. Swoosh! Not long after the green-robed general landed, Ningyu returned the way he came and landed in front of Yang Yumming and the rest. Very good. Feeling the changes in the blood in his body, Ningyu nodded with satisfaction. The green-robed general's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. The confrontation between the red demon sword and the killing skeleton sword was more like a fated battle. Not long after, the killing skeleton sword was completely devoured by the red demon sword. After devouring the killing skeleton sword, the level of the red demon sword directly soared to the peak of the late-stage Immortal King realm, completing the process from quantitative to qualitative change. Furthermore, Ningyu could basically confirm that if the red demon sword devoured another peak Immortal King realm flying sword, its level would definitely reach the peak of the Immortal King realm. Of course, the most important thing was not that the red demon sword had advanced to the peak of the late-stage Immortal King realm, but that Ningyu discovered that the blood of the god of war body had completed the transformation level and had soared to the physique strengthening level. Although he had just reached the physique strengthening level, Ningyu was very clear that the strength of his body was already comparable to some martial artists at the peak of the Immortal King realm. And this was completely beyond Ningyu's expectations. After all, Ningyu had previously guessed that he needed to reach the peak of the physique strengthening level in order to strengthen his body to the level of a peak Immortal King realm. But now, just by reaching the early stage of the physique strengthening level, his body was already comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the Immortal King realm. One could imagine. Chapter 2448. Chapter 2448. Chapter 2448, The Blue-Robed General. Now, I can easily deal with a late-stage Immortal King. Ningyu thought to himself. Ningyu might not be able to deal with some veteran late-stage Immortal Kings. However, he could deal with those weak late-stage Immortal Kings calmly and even kill them with ease. Zhao Feiyu's strength is not too strong among late-stage Immortal Kings. Ningyu put away the red demon sword and looked at the void battlefield. There, Zhao Feiyu and Guosheng were fighting. Both sides had used all kinds of trump cards, and the sky was dark and the space was collapsing. Oh no! Suddenly, Ningyu's expression changed. There was no other reason. He found that an old man in blue had appeared in the void. The blue-robed old man was slightly stronger than Zhao Feiyu. What worried Ningyu the most was that the blue-robed old man was not Guosheng's helper, but Zhao Feiyu's helper. The blue-robed old man and Zhao Feiyu had joined forces and forced Guosheng to retreat, spurting blood. If the situation continued like this, in 3 minutes at most, Guosheng would be defeated or even killed. Do you need help? Ningyu frowned slightly, secretly thinking of countermeasures. Strictly speaking, he did not want to help Guosheng. After all, Guosheng had threatened him. Therefore, he was measuring the difference in strength between him and Zhao Feiyu and the blue-robed old man. Under the premise of a head-on fight, Zhao Feiyu and the blue-robed old man were no match for him. However, if the blue-robed old man and Zhao Feiyu joined forces, there was a 50% chance that they could kill him. At this time, helping Guosheng might be the best choice. Wait a little longer. Ningyu had already made up his mind, but he still did not act rashly. Even if he wanted to help Guosheng, Guosheng had to personally ask for it and pay a price. Otherwise, he would immediately leave with Lin Lang and Yang Yumming and flee far away. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ningyu would not choose this method, because once he left, it meant that he had given up on the mystical land of the soaring sky celestial kingdom. After all, in order to reach the soaring sky immortal empire, one had to use a teleportation array. And in this region, only the Cloudmang city had a large-scale teleportation array that could teleport to the soaring sky immortal empire. Rumble. The battle continued. With the addition of the blue-clothed old man, Guosheng was forced to retreat again and again, and was almost killed several times. Inside the teleportation pavilion, Mo Zhao's heart leaped to his throat. He was well aware of Guosheng's strength. In a normal fight, Zhao Feiyu could be slowly ground to death. This was because Guosheng had a pill with him that could instantly replenish his immortal qi. Taking one would be able to instantly replenish all the immortal qi he had used up. Hang in there. Mo Zhao clenched his fists and used his secret technique to observe the battle situation. Mo Zhao knew better than anyone else. Guosheng could not lose. As long as Guosheng lost, he would definitely fall into Zhao Feiyu's hands. Falling into Zhao Feiyu's hands was no different from falling into Mo Chang's hands. Perhaps Ningyu can help. After secretly observing the battle situation for a while, Mo Zhao could not help but think of Ningyu. Ningyu was able to kill the green-robed general in an instant, which was enough to show his strength. There was no guarantee. If Ningyu took action, he could help Guosheng. At the very least, he could reduce the pressure on Guosheng. But Mo Zhao was also worried. Not long ago, Guosheng's attitude towards Ningyu was not very good. Who knew if Ningyu was willing to help or not? It would be fine if he was willing to help, but if he was not willing to help, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Fight! Gritting his teeth, Mo Zhao went straight to Ningyu's side and said, Ningyu, as long as you are willing to help Elder Guo, after we successfully escape, I will recommend you to be the state preceptor of the Dragon War Empire. Ningyu glanced at Mo Zhao and said indifferently, Your life is in my hands. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? This, Mo Zhao was speechless. Ningyu was right. Even his life was controlled by Ningyu. What qualifications did he have to negotiate with Ningyu? Now, if Ningyu wanted him to live, he would live. If Ningyu wanted him to die, he would die without a doubt. I have the Dragon War token. I can order Elder Guo to do everything. And Mo Zhao's eyes changed, and he said in a deep voice, If you help Elder Guo escape, I can ask Elder Guo to do 3 things for you. There is no need for that. Ningyu waved his hand and said. His strength was already much stronger than Guosheng's. He didn't need Guosheng to help him do things for the time being. Pucci. At this moment, in the void, Guosheng was careless and was hit in the chest by Zhao Feiyu. His body fell straight toward the ground. Crack! His body hit the ground. A crisp sound rang out. Several bones in Guosheng's body were broken on the spot. Swish! Swish! After defeating Guosheng, the old man in blue and Zhao Feiyu landed steadily in the teleportation pavilion. Obviously, they joined forces to defeat Guosheng and consumed a lot of energy. Blue-robed general, fortunately you came fast enough. Otherwise, I might have been killed by this guy. Zhao Feiyu took a breath and said to the old man in blue next to him, Now that Guosheng is killed, young master can nibble away at the forces of the third prince, and thus complete the control of the Dragon War Empire. Where is the green-robed general? The old man in blue, who was also the blue-robed general, asked without much change in expression. This isn't. Zhao Feiyu turned around and wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, he found that there was no figure of the green-robed general in the entire teleportation pavilion. I'm sorry. Ningyu took a step forward and said indifferently, The green-robed general is there. Hearing Ningyu's words, Zhao Feiyu and the blue-robed general turned their eyes to the place where Ningyu's finger was pointing. Hiss! With this look, both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Where is the green-robed general? On the ground, it was clearly a piece of human skin. You killed the green-robed general. The blue-robed general's eyes narrowed as he stared at Ningyu. If this is your so-called green-robed general, then it was indeed me who killed him. As Ningyu said this, he quietly injected energy into the red demon's sword, preparing to make a sudden attack. In fact, Ningyu used the green-robed general to provoke the blue-robed general in order to make him fall into a trance. In this way, Ningyu had absolute confidence that he could instantly kill the blue-robed general. Very good, very good. The blue-robed general took a deep breath, looked coldly at Ningyu, and said, "You have completely infuriated me. Although I do not know why you have infuriated me, I can clearly tell you that all those who infuriate me must die." The word die fell. The blue-robed general instantly moved, rushing towards Ningyu. It could be seen. The blue-robed general was furious to the extreme. The purpose of his trip to the Cloud-Mang Immortal Kingdom this time was to rescue the green-robed general and bring him back to recuperate. But now, the green-robed general had been killed by Ningyu. How could he not be angry? "Let me do it." Zhao Feiyu was even more furious than the blue-robed general. He rushed out before the blue-robed general, rushing towards Ningyu. All right, the blue-robed general could not see through Ningyu. Chapter 2449. Chapter 2449. Chapter 2449, Negotiating Term Swish. As Zhao Feiyu wanted to show off in front of the blue-robed general, he was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ningyu. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards Ningyu's head. This punch, Zhao Feiyu used 100% of his strength. With his late-stage Immortal King cultivation, 100% of his strength was enough to easily kill an ordinary middle-stage peak Immortal King expert. In Zhao Feiyu's opinion, Ningyu's cultivation was only a 5th-stage half-step Immortal King. One could imagine the result if he used 100% of his strength to deal with a 5th-stage half-step Immortal King. However, the ideal was great, but the reality was harsh. Seeing that Zhao Feiyu's fist was about to hit Ningyu, Ningyu stepped on the ground and moved a few steps to the side, easily dodging Zhao Feiyu's fatal blow. Damn it! Seeing that his fist had missed, Zhao Feiyu raised his head and roared angrily, chasing after him again. Swish! It seemed that Ningyu did not want to face Zhao Feiyu head-on. His figure flashed, constantly retreating, moving horizontally, and dodging to the side. Every time Zhao Feiyu's fist was about to hit him, he could always dodge it easily. Do you only know how to run? Zhao Feiyu was so angry that his nose was crooked. He wanted to show off in front of the blue-robed general, but now it seemed that not only did he not do anything, but he also left a bad impression. After all, he was a late-stage Immortal King, and Ningyu was only a 5th-stage half-step Immortal King. There was a difference of several levels between them. Under such circumstances, he actually could not defeat Ningyu. To be honest, it was a little unreasonable. As you wish. After dodging for a while, Ningyu stopped, clenched his right fist, and met Zhao Feiyu's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Ningyu and Zhao Feiyu retreated a few steps at the same time. Gulp! Ningyu's expression was calm, without any change. As for Zhao Feiyu, he swallowed the sweetness in his throat, and his expression became extremely ugly. Obviously, Zhao Feiyu was at a disadvantage in this blow, and blood appeared on his throat. How could he be so strong? Zhao Feiyu was shocked. If he did not believe that the green-robed general was killed by Ningyu before, then he finally believed it now. Ningyu was able to contend with him without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was truly possible that he could kill the heavily injured green-robed general. However, even though Ningyu had killed the green-robed general, Zhao Feiyu was not particularly worried. In his opinion, it was very difficult to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Unless Ningyu advanced to the Celestial King realm, otherwise, it wouldn't take too much effort for him to kill Ningyu. You have indeed made me look at you in a different light. However, if this is all you have, then I can only regretfully tell you that you are finished. No one in this world, Zhao Feiyu said with a cold expression. Pucci. However, before Zhao Feiyu could finish his words, he felt his body lighten as he flew backwards in a straight line. Bang! Zhao Feiyu only stopped when his body hit the wall. Dark red blood spurted out. Zhao Feiyu's aura instantly dropped from the Celestial King late stage to the Celestial King middle stage. Moreover, it continued to drop. What did you want to say just now? Ningyu looked at Zhao Feiyu with interest and said, No one in this world can save me? I want to see who can save you now. Don't go too far. Zhao Feiyu said fiercely. The blue-robed general will save me. As long as he makes a move, you will definitely be torn to pieces and die a horrible death. You still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Ningyu raised his right foot and directly stepped on Zhao Feiyu's chest. The huge force caused several of Zhao Feiyu's ribs to break. Let him go. When the blue-robed general saw Zhao Feiyu's miserable state, his eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, I hope you don't make a mistake. Let Zhao Feiyu go immediately, and then let me control your mind. Otherwise, I will turn Cloud Mang City into purgatory on earth. Rumble. As he spoke, the blue-robed general suddenly released the aura within his body. Hiss. Feeling the aura emanating from the blue-robed general, even though Ningyu was prepared, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Strong. Very strong. The blue-robed general was extremely strong. Previously, Ningyu's guess was that the blue-robed general's cultivation was at the late-stage Celestial King, slightly stronger than Zhao Feiyu. But now, Ningyu knew that he was wrong, very wrong. Even among late-stage Celestial Kings, the blue-robed general's strength was enough to rank in the forefront. In his current state, the possibility of him winning a fight with the blue-robed general was very low, frighteningly low. Unless he could devour Zhao Feiyu in front of the blue-robed general and raise his strength to the peak of a fifth-stage half-step Celestial King. Otherwise, today was destined to be a day of disaster. But how could he devour Zhao Feiyu in front of the blue-robed general? The blue-robed general was not an idiot, and it was impossible for him to watch Zhao Feiyu be devoured. I have to think of a foolproof plan. Ningyu's eyes turned, secretly thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, Ningyu's mind moved, and he said in a clear voice, I can let Zhao Feiyu go, and I can also let you control my mind, but you have to promise me one thing. You have no right to negotiate with me. The blue-robed general took a step forward, intending to attack immediately if Ningyu did not agree. Humph! Then we'll fight to the death. Ningyu snorted coldly, took out the red demon sword, pointed it at Zhao Feiyu, and said, The self-destruction of a late-stage Celestial King powerhouse is enough to destroy heaven and earth. You dare. The blue-robed general's expression turned cold, and he said, I said before, as long as anything happens to Zhao Feiyu, I'll turn Cloud Mang City into hell on earth. I don't think it's appropriate to use this kind of excuse on me. Ningyu shrugged, exerting a little force with his palm, directly drawing a blood-colored mark on Zhao Feiyu's neck. Good. Tell me what your conditions are. The blue-robed general's gaze was solemn as he said coldly, You better think carefully before you speak, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. The blue-robed general's reaction left Ningyu somewhat confused. His original intention was to use Zhao Feiyu's self-destruction to threaten the blue-robed general and stall for time. Who would have thought? The blue-robed general actually believed it and wanted to negotiate with him. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Feiyu was extremely important to the blue-robed general. Or rather, Zhao Feiyu had something that the blue-robed general needed. No matter what the situation was, in short, Zhao Feiyu was a very important bargaining chip. Before ensuring safety, Ningyu would not kill Zhao Feiyu. My conditions are very simple. Ningyu thought for a moment and said, Prepare a spatial teleportation formation for us. Set the coordinates of the other side to be within the borders of the soaring sky, immortal kingdom. You want to leave? The blue-robed general said coldly, That's impossible. Even if I prepare a spatial teleportation formation for you, you absolutely won't be able to leave Cloud Mang City. You don't need to worry about that. Ningyu said lightly, What you need to do is to prepare a spatial teleportation formation for me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I dare not guarantee what will happen. As he spoke, Ningyu exerted force with his wrist again. Chapter 2450. Feeding the fish fine, I promise you. The blue-robed general's eyes flickered and finally agreed to Ning Yu's request. Follow me. The blue-robed general walked towards the inner hall of the teleportation pavilion. Behind him, Ning Yu brought Zhao Feiyu, Lin Lang, Yang Yuming, and Xiao Duanya to follow. Mo Xiao did not want to enter with Ning Yu, but thinking that he was still under Ning Yu's control, he could only drag with Sheng and quickly chase. Creek. Teleportation Pavilion's inner hall. The blue-robed general opened a heavy stone door and pointed to the altar inside. You only need 100,000 two-realm stones to activate the altar, and the destination of this altar is the soaring sky, immortal kingdom. How can I trust you? Ning Yu glanced at the altar. What if you suddenly destroy it after I enter the altar? Don't worry. This altar is a one-way teleportation array. Once it is activated, no one can destroy it. The blue-robed general revealed an ignorant expression. Take out 100,000 two-realm stones now, and I will activate it. No, Ning Yu said directly. The blue-robed general's expression was extremely cold. But very quickly, he regained his composure and took out a spatial ring and threw it on the altar. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the spatial ring was thrown on the altar, the entire altar gave off a cracking sound. This sound grew louder and louder. Finally, the altar split into two. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For huge pillars of light shot up from the altar, and in the middle was a circular vortex. It was obvious. This circular vortex was the spatial teleportation array. Go in, the blue-robed general said indifferently. Before entering, let Zhao Feiyu go. I don't trust you. How about this? Why don't you enter with me? Ning Yu thought about it, and felt that entering the altar with the blue-robed general was the safest method. Otherwise, if the blue-robed general destroyed the altar here, wouldn't he suffer as well? Don't push your luck, the blue-robed general said coldly. I've already given you 100,000 two-world stones to provide you with the spatial teleportation formation. I've already done my best. If you dare to negotiate with me again, do you believe that I won't abandon Zhao Feiyu and kill you by force? Zhao Feiyu is very important to you. The corners of Ning Yu's mouth curled up as he exerted some force with the red demon's sword in his hand. Whoosh! Another bloody mark appeared on Zhao Feiyu's neck. This time, streams of blood flowed down Zhao Feiyu's neck and into the red devil's sword. Zhao Feiyu was shocked. Perhaps the blue-robed general didn't notice anything, but he himself knew very well. Ning Yu was controlling the red demon's sword to devour his blood. Although the devouring speed was very slow, at this rate, the blood essence in his body would be completely devoured in about half an hour or so. Ning Yu raised his right hand and slapped Zhao Feiyu's cheek, saying, Don't speak. I'm discussing terms with the blue-robed general. So when is it your place to speak? Subsequently, Ning Yu looked at the blue-robed general and said, My terms aren't too difficult, right? Anyway, you're stronger than me. You can come with me to the soaring sky, celestial kingdom, and then bring Zhao Feiyu back. No one could do anything to you. Humph! The blue-robed general snorted coldly as if he was considering the pros, and Khan's cloudy Mang city was already under the control of the Sky Fiends. But the soaring sky, celestial kingdom, was not under the control of the Sky Fiends. In other words, if he went to the soaring sky, celestial kingdom, he would face great danger. Once there were peak immortal kings in the soaring sky, celestial kingdom, he would be killed the moment he left the teleportation array. There's no hurry. Ning Yu exerted more force with his wrist, and the red demon's sword quietly stabbed into Zhao Feiyu's neck. Previously, he needed half an hour to completely devour Zhao Feiyu's blood essence. Now he only needed 15 minutes to devour Zhao Feiyu. Fine, I promise you. The blue-robed general was a decisive person. He only thought for a few seconds before saying coldly, I hope you don't make a mistake. Hee. How could I make a mistake? Ning Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand, making an inviting gesture. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, Suddenly, three figures sped over and landed in front of the blue-robed general. Among these three figures, Ningyu had seen one before. It was none other than the prince of the Dragon War Empire, Mo Chong. The two cultivators behind Mo Chong were in their 40s or 50s, and their cultivation bases were at the late-stage Immortal King realm. It was just that their late-stage Immortal King was far inferior to Zhao Feiyu. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Zhao Feiyu at his peak. Lord General, this teleportation array must not be activated. Mo Chong's gaze lingered on Ningyu and Yang Yumming for a moment. Then he looked at the blue-robed general and said, I just received news that a peak Immortal King expert has appeared in the soaring sky, Celestial Kingdom. Peak Immortal King? The blue-robed general's heart trembled, and he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, Mo Chong came early. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken the teleportation array to the soaring sky, Celestial Kingdom with Ningyu. And given his strength, he would definitely die if he faced a peak Immortal King expert. What are you doing here? The blue-robed general was shocked in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked at Mo Chong and said, Why don't you seize the time to cultivate and advance to the Immortal King realm as soon as possible? After that, you can fight for the position of Emperor of the Dragon War Empire. Mo Chong was a chess piece of the heavenly devils in the Dragon War Empire. Many years ago, he was sent to the Dragon War Empire and slowly nurtured, striving to control the empire. Now that so many years had passed, Mo Chong's cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm. He was only half a step away from becoming a true Immortal King. Lord General, cultivation can be delayed, but if something happens to you, how can I answer to the Blood Sky Battle Emperor? Mo Chong hurriedly said, This time, let me take over the soaring sky, Celestial Kingdom. You will guard the Cloudmang Immortal Kingdom and stop anyone who wants to take the teleportation array to the soaring sky, Celestial Kingdom. That's more like it. Mo Chong's words made the blue-robed general very happy. Who? After calming down the blue-robed general's emotions, Mo Chong turned to look at Ningyu and said coldly, When I spared you in Broken Cliff City, I originally thought that you would turn over a new leaf. Who would have thought that you would take a yard after being given an inch and go against our Dragon War Empire? 3 more minutes. Ningyu didn't reply to Mo Chong. He once again inserted the flying sword into Zhao Feiyu's neck, and the speed at which he devoured blood increased. At most 3 minutes, he would be able to complete the devouring of Zhao Feiyu and raise his strength to the peak. At that time, let alone the blue-robed general, even if there were 2 more, he would be able to deal with them easily. Not speaking? Chapter 2451. Third, Young Master. You want to throw me into the river to feed the fishes? Ningyu protected Zhao Feiyu behind him and looked at Mo Chong. With your cultivation base of a 5th stage, half-step Immortal King, what makes you so confident? You should know that there are at least 80 Immortal Kings who have died in my hands. I can crush a mere 5th stage, half-step Immortal King to death. Courting death, Mo Chong was enraged. As a prince of the Dragon War Empire, he had only been mocked like this when facing the son of the Blood Sky Battle Emperor. However, the son of the Blood Sky Battle Emperor was very strong. He only needed 1 look to kill him. Facing the son of the Blood Sky Battle Emperor, he could only choose to submit and did not dare to show his disdain. However, he was facing Ningyu, whose cultivation base was the same as his, a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. Swoosh! With both feet on the ground, Mo Chong immediately dashed out, turning into a shadow as he charged at Ningyu. Mo Chong's speed was very fast, so fast that the friction with the air made a sizzling sound. Sizzling! Mo Chong's action did not cause Ningyu to panic at all. On the contrary, Ningyu once again inserted the red devil sword into Zhao Feiyu's neck and quickly devoured his blood. Stop! Although Ningyu's action was very secretive, it was still seen by the blue-robed general. The blue-robed general did not think much and immediately shouted, Mo Chong, stop right now. Hearing the blue-robed general's words, Mo Chang could only stop in place, even though he was extremely unwilling. Turning back to look at the blue-robed general, Mo Chang frowned. "Why did you ask me to stop?" Mo Chang really did not understand. In his opinion, if the blue-robed general did not ask him to stop, then Ning Yu would already be a dead man. "If I ask you to stop, then stop. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The blue-robed war general was clearly enraged. He snorted coldly and immediately summoned his flying sword. He looked at Ning Yu and said, "Let me give you a word of advice. Zhao Feiyu is not someone you can kill. If you insist on killing Zhao Feiyu, then I can tell you very clearly that no one in this world can save you." Whoosh! What responded to the blue-robed general was not Ning Yu's words, but a piercing sound. Bang! Immediately after, Zhao Feiyu's body fell backward and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Feiyu's tragic death enraged the blue-robed battle general to the extreme. He had two goals for heading to the Cloud Meng Immortal Kingdom. The first was to rescue the green-robed general. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The green-robed general had already been forcefully killed by Ning Yu. The second goal was to take Zhao Feiyu away because Zhao Feiyu was the person that the Blood Sky War Emperor's third son wanted. Although he did not know why the Blood Sky War Emperor's third son wanted Zhao Feiyu, he was very clear that now that Zhao Feiyu was dead, even if he cut off Ning Yu's head, he would still be punished. At the thought of the heavenly demon's punishment, the blue-robed general was a little scared. Even if he advanced to the peak of the Immortal King realm, it would still be difficult for him to bear the punishment of the heavenly demon, let alone a late-stage Immortal King. "You what?" Ning Yu put away the red demon's sword, shrugged, and said, "Everyone has the right to kill the heavenly demon. Everyone has the right to kill it. This day next year will be the day you die." After the anger, the blue-robed general calmed down. He slowly thought of a countermeasure: to kill Ning Yu and refine him into a puppet, or to chop Ning Yu into pieces to feed the fish. This was a very difficult choice. Mo Shao. Ning Yu did not care about the blue-robed general. Instead, he waved his hand at Mo Shao, indicating for him to come over. After devouring Zhao Feiyu, Ning Yu's current strength had reached the peak of the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm. Even if he fought with an elite late-stage Immortal King, he would not lose and could even easily kill them. Unless it was an old antique who had been in the late-stage Immortal King realm for many years, no one was a match for Ning Yu. "What's the matter?" Mo Shao did not dare to be negligent and trotted all the way to Ning Yu's side. Just now, when Ning Yu and the blue-robed general were confronting each other, Mo Shao and Yang Yuming all retreated a few steps to the edge of the room for fear of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Now that Ning Yu had the upper hand, not only had he killed Zhao Feiyu, but also made the blue-robed general not dare to act rashly, and Mo Shao naturally would not sing a different tune from Ning Yu. "You are the third prince of the Dragon War Empire." Zhao Feiyu was so favored by the blue-robed general, which means that he must have something extraordinary on him. "How about this? Go and check it carefully." Ning Yu pointed to the dead Zhao Feiyu on the ground and said indifferently. This Mo Shao hesitated. Zhao Feiyu was the supporter behind Mo Chang, and he was extremely powerful. On the surface, it seemed that Ning Yu had killed Zhao Feiyu, but who knew what the truth was? If Zhao Feiyu did not die, and he went over, wouldn't he die very miserably? "Is there a problem?" Ning Yu asked, playing with the red demon's sword in his hand. The red demon's sword had devoured Zhao Feiyu's blood, and its level had reached the peak of the late-stage Immortal King realm. If Ning Yu had not taken a part of the energy in the blood, the red demon sword would have advanced to the peak of the late-stage Immortal King realm. In other words, Ning Yu was not afraid of anyone. At this time, his idea was to find out Zhao Feiyu's true identity and not to kill the blue-robed general. After all, as one of the generals under the Blood Sky Battle Emperor, the blue-robed general should have some trump cards. Coupled with the two late-stage Immortal King martial artists that Mo Chang had brought, it would be very difficult for Ning Yu to catch them all in one fell swoop. "No problem. Mo Zhao's eyes flickered, and he finally went straight to the side of Zhao Feiyu's body. Mo Xiao stretched out his right hand and began to search Zhao Feiyu's body. While Mo Xiao was searching, the blue-robed general and Mo Chong next to him also looked at Zhao Feiyu. It seemed they were more nervous than Ningyu. "There's something strange." Ningyu's expression was calm as he murmured, "Zhao Feiyu should be a key figure, but why did the blue-robed general calm down when he died?" Ningyu had many doubts in his heart, and he needed someone to solve them for him. Anyone could tell from the blue-robed general's behavior just now that as long as Ningyu dared to kill Zhao Feiyu, he would fight with Ningyu to the death. However, after Ningyu killed Zhao Feiyu, the blue-robed general calmed down instead. There must be something wrong with something abnormal. The blue-robed general's various actions made Ningyu secretly vigilant. After a while, Mo Xiao stood up. In his hand, there was an additional golden token. 3. Ningyu took the token and saw a blood-red word on it. "Why is it 3? Ningyu's brows furrowed into the shape of the character Chuan. He really couldn't understand. What was so special about this token? Other than the special material, it was no different from a plop token. Third Young Master's token. Ningyu didn't know what the token was, but Mo Chong was very clear about it. He looked at the golden token in Ningyu's hand, his mouth slightly opened, his face full of surprise. Chapter 2452. Chapter 2452. Chapter 242. Blood Essence of a Quasi-Emperor. Ning, you casually tossed the token into the Red Devil Sword and said indifferently, "Who the hell is the third young master? The Dragon War Empire has the third prince. How could there be a third young master?" "Bastard. The third young master is a scum," Mo Chong shouted. "No." Very quickly, Mo Chong realized a mistake in his words and hurriedly said, "The third young master is a thing. That's not right, blah blah blah, what nonsense." "In short, you killed the third young master's command token, so you can't escape anywhere. Do you know who the third young master is?" Ningyu turned to look at Mo Xiao and asked. Mo Xiao sorted out his thoughts and told him what he knew. The Blood Sky Battle Emperor is extremely powerful. It is said that his cultivation has reached the peak of peak Immortal King and is beginning to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. He has a total of 3 sons, who are called the First Young Master, Second Young Master, and Third Young Master. The Third Young Master that Mo Chong mentioned should be the Blood Sky Battle Emperor's third son. Ningyu nodded and said, "I see. In that case, since I killed a doppelganger of the Third Young Master, the Third Young Master will come and kill me?" "Humph." The blue-robed general snorted coldly. "There's no need for the Third Young Master to kill you. I can do it myself. You're not good enough." Ningyu raised his middle finger at the blue-robed general and said indifferently, "If I want to kill you, I only need to use 30% of my strength." "Arrogant." The blue-robed general roared and said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the Third Young Master's token as soon as possible. This way, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 8 pieces." "Is there something wrong with the token?" Ningyu's mind stirred, and he took out the token from the red demon sword again. He unleashed his perception and began to examine it carefully. "Good." Ningyu's face was filled with ecstasy as soon as he probed. There was no other reason. In the token, Ningyu found 10 drops of blood. This drop of blood should not be the blood of an ordinary warrior. To be precise, it was the blood of a quasi-emperor. "Well, I got lucky." Ningyu's expression did not change, but he secretly tossed the red demon sword into his sleeve and began to devour the blood of a quasi-emperor. Chi-chi. The speed at which Ningyu devoured the blood was very fast. In an instant, he had devoured 3 drops of quasi-emperor blood. The blood essence of a quasi-emperor was extremely powerful. The 3 drops of quasi-emperor blood essence allowed Ningyu to cultivate the body-strengthening level of the body of the war god bloodline to the mid-stage of the body-strengthening level. Refine them all. Ningyu didn't think much about it. He immediately unleashed his devouring power to the maximum and devoured the remaining 7 drops of quasi-emperor blood essence. Ka ka ka. 10 drops of Quasi-Emperor blood essence allowed Ningyu to cultivate the body strengthening level to its peak of the physique strengthening layer. Previously, at the early stages of the body strengthening layer, Ningyu's physical strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the body strengthening layer, one could imagine how strong his body was now. Even if he couldn't compare to a quasi-emperor, he was far stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the Immortal King realm. There are 10 drops of quasi-emperor blood essence in a doppelganger token. How much does the real body have? Ningyu's eyes glowed. As long as he could capture the third young master, he would probably be able to pass the tribulation of the body strengthening layer and reach the first transformation of the war god realm. Of course, Ningyu knew how terrifying the tribulation of the body strengthening layer was. He had no intention of capturing the third young master for now. However, after devouring the 10 drops of quasi-emperor blood essence, Ningyu's strength increased to a terrifying level. Now, some of the older martial artists at the late-stage Immortal King realm might not be a match for him. Have you thought about it? The blue-robed general saw Ningyu smiling foolishly and said coldly, "Are you going to hand over the token, or should I kill you and take it back? I can give you the token." Ningyu played with the token for a while, then casually tossed it toward the blue-robed general. Swish! The blue-robed general did not dare to delay and immediately scurried out to catch the token. Crack! However, the blue-robed general had only taken a few steps when the token shattered right in front of him. The shattering of the token first caused the blue-robed general to be slightly taken aback. Then he let out a hysterical roar. The third young master's doppelganger had been killed, but he could still withstand the Skyfiend's punishment and survive. However, now that the third young master's token had been destroyed by Ningyu, his fate was almost foreseeable. Go! All of you go! Kill him! The blue-robed general had never been so angry before. He raised his head and yelled, "Emo Chong, go out immediately and mobilize the Sky Fiends in Cloudy Mang City. Turn Cloudy Mang City into hell on earth." Yes, Emo Chong knew that something big had happened this time. The third young master's token had shattered, which was a serious matter. He could no longer care about his own safety. What he had to consider now was how to appease the third young master's anger. As for the matter of massacring the city, he would not do it and would leave it to the other Sky Fiends. Swish! However, how could Ningyu watch Emo Chong leave? He moved quickly and blocked the exit of the room, saying, "Today, without my permission, no one can leave. Get out of my way." Emo Chong clenched his right fist and punched at Ningyu's head. Bang! Seeing that Emo Chong's fist was about to hit Ningyu, Ningyu also clenched his right fist and collided with Emo Chong's fist. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Soon after, Emo Chong collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. His entire being was extremely weak. Although Ningyu did not kill him, this punch was enough to seriously injure him. Swish! Swish! Seeing that Emo Chong had been defeated with one punch, the two late-stage Immortal King martial artists he had brought along wanted to kill Ningyu, one on the left and one on the right. Unfortunately, Ningyu's current strength was already extremely powerful. How could two cultivators who had just stepped into the late Immortal King realm be a match for Ningyu? Bang! Ningyu just casually threw two punches, and the two late-stage Immortal King martial artists were blasted back, falling heavily to the ground. Your strength! The blue-robed general turned pale with fright. He did not expect that Ningyu's strength would improve so much in such a short time. It should be known that he had been paying attention to Ningyu's movements. Apart from destroying the token, Ningyu did not do anything else to cultivate. Why? Why did Ningyu's strength improve so quickly? He must have refined the quasi-emperor blood essence in the token. The blue-robed general's expression became extremely cold. Others did not know that the token contained the quasi-emperor blood essence, but as a general under the command of Blood Sky Battle Emperor, he naturally knew. How terrifying was the quasi-emperor blood essence? Ningyu's strength was not weak to begin with, and with the addition of refining the quasi-emperor blood essence, it was understandable that his strength had increased several times. This is troublesome. The blue-robed general's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 2453. Chapter 2453. Chapter 2453. Terrifying Energy, Power of Faith? Ningyu raised his eyebrows. This was not the first time he had heard of the power of faith. When he was in the lower realm, he knew that some sects could collect the faith of warriors to cultivate. But he didn't expect that even sky demons could do it. Billions of sky demons will see you as a god every day, and your cultivation will soar to an unparalleled level. Seeing that Ningyu was a little tempted, the blue-robed general continued. You are now a 5th-stage half-step immortal king. As long as you submit to me, I can guarantee that in less than 3 days, you will be able to break through to the immortal king, or even the intermediate stage of the immortal king. Stalling for time, Ningyu noticed that there was a terrifying energy swimming in the blue-robed general's body. Obviously, the blue-robed general wanted to stall for time, and then use that energy to kill him. However, Ningyu wasn't that kind of stupid person. He could clearly see that even if the blue-robed general used that energy, it wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Under such circumstances, he would first pretend to be a snake and negotiate with the blue-robed general to see if he could snatch the cultivation method of the power of faith. Ningyu rolled his eyes and said, I don't think using the power of faith to cultivate is very reliable. Not reliable? You actually said that using the power of faith to cultivate is not reliable. The blue-robed general's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. Swish! Following that, the blue-robed general shook his wrist and a golden substance appeared on the surface of his palm. The golden substance was a little hazy and he couldn't see what was inside. This is the power of faith. Try devouring it. The blue-robed general used a little strength and threw the golden substance to Ningyu. Ningyu's sleeve swept, and he caught the golden substance steadily. He used his perception and first probed the golden substance. Then, Ningyu started to devour it. Buzz buzz. After devouring the golden substance, Ningyu discovered that his strength had indeed increased a little. Although it wasn't much, it was still an increase. This is the power of faith condensed by 10,000 heavenly demons in half a month. The blue-robed general said proudly. Think about it, 100 million heavenly demons condensing for a year, 10 years of power of faith. How terrifying would that be? So, submitting to me is the best choice. You'll be able to advance to the Celestial King realm very quickly, and you might even have a chance to charge into the Celestial Emperor realm in the future, becoming an exalted being. The blue-robed general continued to tempt Ningyu. As he explained the benefits of the power of faith to Ningyu, he secretly circulated the energy in his body, wanting to give Ningyu a fatal blow. Give me all the power of faith you have. Also, give me the method to cultivate and condense the power of faith. Ningyu took a step forward and said, I need to determine if faith energy is useful or if I can condense faith energy. No problem. The blue-robed general tossed a sheepskin scroll to Ningyu. To numb Ningyu, the sheepskin scroll that the blue-robed general tossed out recorded the method to condense faith energy. Of course, it was only the first part of the condensation method. As for the deeper condensation method, the blue-robed general didn't hand it over. What about the power of faith? Ningyu observed the sheepskin scroll for a while and memorized the method on it. He said, I need to use the power of faith to cultivate. Here, the blue-robed general took out a crystal ball and tossed it to Ningyu. There was a lot of golden substance in the crystal ball. Ningyu had observed the sheepskin scroll and knew that the second stage of the power of faith was materialization. Preliminary estimation. The amount of golden substance in the crystal ball wasn't little. It could be described as a lot. It could be seen. In order to stall for time, the blue-robed general had put in a lot of effort. Gotcha! Ningyu opened his mouth, and in front of the blue-robed general, He tossed the crystal ball into his mouth and chewed. The golden martial artist went down his throat and entered Ning Yu's abdomen. Ning Yu hurriedly activated his spell and started cultivating. The golden substance was the power of faith. After entering his body, without Ning Yu paying too much attention, it merged with Ning Yu's own energy. My strength has increased again. Ning Yu was very satisfied. The power of faith that the blue-robed general took out had increased his strength to another level. Good chance. Ning Yu had just refined the power of faith when the blue-robed battle general shouted, and a horrifying energy surged out of his body. Chi, chi, chi. Wherever the energy passed, the void cracked and countless spatial fragments blasted towards Ning Yu and Yang Yuming. Lin Lang, Yang Yuming, Xiao Duanya, stand behind me. Ning Yu waved his hand, and a similarly terrifying energy struck out, colliding with the energy coming out of the blue-robed general's body. Yang Yuming, Lin Lang, and the others did not dare to be negligent and came to stand behind Ning Yu. Even Imo, Xiao, and Guo Sheng quickly came to hide behind Ning Yu. They saw it clearly. The energy unleashed by the blue-robed general was extremely powerful. Not to mention a late-stage Immortal King expert. Even a true peak-stage Immortal King expert might not be able to withstand it. Crack! The energy unleashed by Ning Yu had just collided with the energy coming out of the blue-robed general's body when it disintegrated. So strong? Ning Yu's pupils constricted. He had miscalculated. This time, he had really miscalculated. However, Ning Yu was not going to sit and wait for death like a fool. He first sent Lin Lang and the others out of the room, then increased his speed to the extreme and rushed to the side of the two late-stage Immortal King experts. One in each hand, Ning Yu threw the two late-stage Immortal King experts forward. Hysterical screams came from the mouths of the two late-stage Immortal King experts. In just an instant, the two of them died tragically. It's useless. You can't block its attack. The blue-robed general stood on the spot with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking very confident. Is that so? An indifferent voice sounded. The next moment, Ning Yu tore the void and suddenly appeared in front of the blue-robed general. I can't block its attack. I don't know if you can. Ning Yu's voice sounded in the blue-robed general's ear. You? The blue-robed general turned to look. He saw Ning Yu standing next to him, pointing the red demon sword at his heart. Don't do anything rash. The blue-robed general turned pale with fright. At this time, as long as Ning Yu exerted a little force, his heart would be pierced. Make the energy stop. Ning Yu controlled the red demon sword to stab into the blue-robed general's body and said indifferently, "Otherwise, we will die together today." Okay, don't be impulsive. I will make it stop right now. The blue-robed general waved his hands and shouted, "Stop!" Swish! The blue-robed general's words were effective. The terrifying energy stopped a few centimeters away from Ning Yu and floated in the air. Gulp! Seeing the energy close at hand, Ning Yu looked calm on the surface, but in fact he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he was half a step late, the energy would hit him. At that time, even if his physical strength had reached the peak of peak Immortal King, it would not be of any use, because Ning Yu realized. Chapter 2454. Chapter 2454. Chapter 244. Unable to activate. I have already stopped the energy. Can you move the flying sword away? Ning Yu secretly rejoiced. Wasn't the blue-robed general the same? If he had been half a step slower, Ning Yu's flying sword would have pierced his heart and killed him on the spot. Do you think I'm stupid? Ning Yu rolled his eyes and said, "If I move the flying sword away, you will not hesitate to control the energy to attack me. So, I can only wrong you. What do you want to do?" The blue-robed general vaguely felt that something was amiss. Now, he and Ning Yu had formed a stalemate. Neither side could do anything to the other. Ning Yu had the flying sword placed at his heart and had an absolute advantage. He was not bad either. The energy that was comparable to a full-powered attack of a quasi-emperor was controlled by him. As long as Ning Yu made the slightest move, he would detonate the energy and perish together with Ningyu. Nothing, Ningyu said indifferently. Activate the spatial teleportation array. Let's go to the Heavenly Lawn Immortal Kingdom. Don't even think about it, the blue-robed general shouted. The Heavenly Lawn Immortal Kingdom was not his headquarters. It had not been conquered by the Sky Fiends. Once there, it would be equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Moreover, Mo Chang had said that there were peak-stage immortal kings roaming around the Heavenly Lawn Immortal Kingdom. No matter how arrogant the blue-robed general was, he would not be so arrogant as to think that he could contend against a peak-stage immortal king, especially when his energy had already been exposed. Then let's perish together. Ningyu exerted more force with his wrist and controlled the red demon sword to penetrate deeper into the blue-robed general's body. All right, the blue-robed general gritted his teeth. Under such circumstances, the blue-robed general had no choice but to compromise. He did not want to perish together with Ningyu. In fact, he had thought that Ningyu would be the first to give up and choose to compromise. Who would have thought? The first to compromise was not Ningyu, but him. Lin Lang, Yang Yuming, take Mo Chang and those two late immortal kings. After getting the confirmation from the blue-robed general, Ningyu instructed Yang Yuming and the others. However, halfway through his words, Ningyu changed his words. Kill the two late-stage immortal king powerhouses. There's no point in keeping them. Can you make them stay? Mo Xiao looked at Ningyu, gritted his teeth, and said, They are all experts of the Dragon War Empire. Hand them over to me. I guarantee that they will never associate with the heavenly demons again. Whoosh! Ningyu shifted his gaze and looked at Mo Xiao. Ningyu didn't say anything. He just looked at Mo Xiao quietly. Although Ningyu didn't say anything, the pressure he exerted on Mo Xiao caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Just as Mo Xiao couldn't hold on any longer, Ningyu said, I can give them to you, but what can you bring me in return? Mo Xiao bit his lip and said, As long as you kill Mo Chang, I will be the most advantageous contender for the crown prince of the Dragon War Empire. Once I become the crown prince of the Dragon War Empire, I will give you a lot of benefits. There's no real benefit in getting something without risking anything, Ningyu said with a shrug. Elder Gua, Mo Xiao's expression changed. Finally, he looked at Guosheng and said in a low voice, Take out that thing. Are you really going to give it to him? Guosheng's face was full of reluctance. Give it to me, Mo Xiao said coldly. Whoosh! Guosheng flicked his wrist and threw a jade bottle to Mo Xiao. Ha! Mo Xiao didn't catch the jade bottle, but casually threw it to Ningyu. Ningyu's eyes narrowed. He caught the jade bottle steadily, his brows slightly solemn. The jade bottle wasn't too big. It was only the size of a little finger. However, there were 3 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence in the jade bottle. Ningyu had already seen how terrifying the Boundary Emperor blood essence was. 10 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence allowed him to cultivate the war god body to the peak of the body strengthening tier. Now that Mo Xiao had taken out 3 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence, it was a good harvest. Ningyu, give me the Boundary Emperor blood essence. I can break through to the Immortal King realm. Ningyu was just about to throw the Boundary Emperor blood essence into the red demon sword when Ning Lu's anxious voice sounded in his ears. Ningyu was slightly stunned. He asked, Are you sure you can break through to the Immortal King realm? I guarantee it's real. Ning Lu hurriedly said, I can feel that there are other saplings of the world tree in the Immortal Court realm. Their existences like me. Moreover, their cultivation is much higher than mine. Therefore, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely be devoured the next time I meet him. So serious? Ning Yu's original intention was to keep the Boundary Emperor blood essence in case he needed it. After all, even if he devoured 3 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence, he would not be able to reach the first transformation of the War God realm. Unless he reached the early stage Immortal King realm, no amount of Boundary Emperor blood essence would be useful. Ningyu was a little confused by Ning Lu's words. Was there really a sapling of the world tree in the immortal court realm? Use it sparingly. Ning Yu threw the 3 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence into the red demon sword and handed them to Ning Lu. Gulp! Without any hesitation, Ning Lu threw the Boundary Emperor blood essence into his mouth and began to cultivate. Chi-chi. As soon as the Boundary Emperor blood essence entered his mouth, it made a sizzling sound. Moreover, Ning Lu's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. At this rate, Ning Lu might really be able to break through to the Immortal King realm soon. Mo Xiao collected his thoughts. Ning Yu did not pay too much attention to Ning Lu. He waved his hand and said to Mo Xiao, "I'll leave the 2 late-stage Immortal King realm experts to you. Also, I'll give Mo Chang to you." "Thank you." Mo Xiao thanked him profusely. He was just worried that Ning Yu would not hand Mo Chang over to him. After all, Mo Chang was very powerful in the Dragon War Empire and was a great threat to him in his fight for the position of Crown Prince. Now that Ning Yu had handed Mo Chang over to him, it meant that he could control Mo Chang's life at will. 3 drops of Boundary Emperor blood essence. It was worth it. "We can't just do this." At this moment, the blue-robed general said, "The energy I unleashed is very terrifying. If we bring it into the teleportation formation, all of us will die." "What do you think we should do?" Ning Yu asked. "Let me absorb the energy into my body. Then I'll take the teleportation formation with you," the blue-robed general said in a deep voice. "I don't really trust you. What if you go back on your word?" Ning Yu said indifferently. "I'm not that kind of demon." The blue-robed general said angrily. "I'm a general under the Blood Sky Battle Emperor. I mean what I say. Besides, even if I want to activate the energy a second time, I don't have the strength." Ning Yu frowned. After a moment, he said, "That seems to make sense. All right, let's stop together." Swish! Swish! The next moment, Ning Yu withdrew the red demon sword, and the blue-robed general also absorbed the energy into his body. Actually, for the blue-robed general, this was very beneficial to him, because he was right. Even if he had the chance, he could not activate the energy a second time. There was no other reason. Every time he activated the energy, he consumed a large amount of power of faith. The power of faith in his body was only enough to activate the energy once. Chapter 2455. Internal Conflict. Let's go. We'll take the spatial teleportation array to the soaring sky, Immortal Empire. Ning Yu did not waste time. He took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Yuming, Lin Lang, Xiao Duanya, Mo Xiao, and the others followed closely behind. Rumble. After everyone stepped into the teleportation array, a rumbling sound could be heard. In an instant, Ning Yu and the others felt their vision turn black as they temporarily lost consciousness. About half an hour later, Ning Yu and the blue-robed general regained consciousness at the same time. After regaining their senses, no one said anything. They all closed their eyes and unleashed their perception to guard against any possible danger. The spatial teleportation array was similar to the entrance of the Immortal Court. Although the danger of the spatial teleportation array was much lower, it did not mean that there was no danger. Spatial storms, spatial collapses, spatial faults. No matter which situation it was extremely dangerous. Without reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm, it was almost certain death. No one spoke because they wanted to conserve their energy for emergencies. Drip, drip. Time was ticking away. It took a total of 2 days to travel from Cloudmang City to the soaring sky, Immortal Empire. 2 days was not long, but it was not short either. Many things could happen in 2 days. Fortunately, to Ning Yu and the others, these 2 days were peaceful. They did not encounter any spatial storms or spatial collapses. 2 days later, Ning Yu and the others arrived at the exit of the soaring sky, Immortal Empire's teleportation array. The teleportation array's exit was located in the soaring sky, Immortal Empire's teleportation pavilion. The teleportation pavilion's influence was very great, almost covering the entire 8 southern regions. At this time, in the teleportation pavilion of the soaring sky, Immortal Empire's capital city, in a room that was not too big, there were more than a dozen cultivators gathered. Leading them were two old men with late-stage Immortal King cultivation. Their strength should be comparable to that of the blue-robed general who did not use any energy. Their strength was not too strong. Beside the two old men stood a young man. The young man's cultivation was not too high, only a fifth-stage half-step Immortal King. However, from the old man's attitude towards him, one could tell that his status was the highest in the teleportation pavilion. Old Moo, old high. Is the information you got accurate? Is there really a late Immortal King expert using the teleportation array? The young man frowned slightly and asked, Late Immortal King experts aren't cabbages. Even in our Divine Wind Empire, they are the best. Don't worry, First Prince. There will definitely be a late-stage Immortal King expert in the teleportation array. Elder Moo nodded. That's right. Generally speaking, when a late Immortal King uses the teleportation array, it would cause a certain degree of compression to the space. Elder High pointed at the groove on the wall and said, The design of this groove is very special. Once the space is compressed to a certain degree, the groove will appear. Now that there are 3 grooves, it means that there's a late-stage Immortal King. Before Old High could finish his sentence, he looked as if he had seen something terrifying. Kaka. The originally smooth wall actually showed signs of a slight depression. Could there be a peak stage Immortal King expert? Elder High's face paled. For indentations, this meant that there was an Immortal King pinnacle state being present. What's wrong? The young man asked curiously. First Prince, retreat quickly. Elder High's expression changed as he hurriedly protected the young man behind him. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, Everyone, listen to my command. Immediately surround the exit. As long as they show any hostility, kill them immediately. Elder High knew better than anyone else. Even a peak stage Immortal King expert would be very weak the moment they left the teleportation array. Under such circumstances, it was the best opportunity to kill or capture them. In a recent period of time, they had relied on this method to capture many Celestial King powerhouses for them to order around. Whoosh! Not long after, Ning Yu and the rest tore the void apart and appeared in the teleportation pavilion. As they didn't know what was going on outside the teleportation pavilion, Ning Yu and the rest were very careful the moment they came out. They released their senses to the fullest. Attack! When he discovered that there were 4 late-stage Immortal King experts, Elder High immediately shouted, Capture them! Ning Yu and the rest. Mo Chang had brought 2 late-stage Immortal Kings, the Blue-Robed General and Guoshang. There were 4 late-stage Immortal Kings. The Blue-Robed General was already on the verge of exploding in anger. As soon as he came out, he discovered that someone was attacking him. Therefore, he immediately counterattacked. Even though he couldn't use energy, the Blue-Robed General's strength was still very terrifying. After all, he was a late-stage Immortal King expert. His strength was not much different from Elder High and Elder Moo's. In addition, the ones who attacked him were only early-stage or mid-stage Immortal Kings. Therefore, he killed 3 of them in an instant. Fifth Prince? In just an instant, 3 experts were killed. Elder High and Elder Moo were furious. However, just as they were about to take the initiative to capture the Blue-Robed General, they suddenly discovered Yang Yumming standing beside Ningyu. Yang Yumming, from the Divine Wind Empire, was the 5th Prince of the Divine Wind Empire. All of you stop. After seeing Yang Yumming, Elder High realized that there seemed to be some misunderstanding and hurriedly said, All of you stop. Swoosh! Elder High's rebuke made the martial artists in the room stop fighting. Among them, the Blue-Robed General stood alone on one side. Ningyu and Yang Yumming stood on one side. Elder High and the young man stood on the other side. The 3 forces were clearly separated. 5th brother? With Elder High's reminder, the young man also discovered Yang Yumming. He opened his mouth slightly and said, You actually didn't die? Humph! Big brother, I won't die even if you die. Yang Yumming snorted coldly. What do you mean by this? I just appeared, and you immediately ordered your men to attack me. Are you looking down on me? Cough, cough, no, no such thing. The young man coughed twice, looking somewhat embarrassed. In the Divine Wind Empire, although Yang Yumming usually didn't reveal his strength, everyone knew that he controlled an extremely terrifying force. Even if he joined forces with the other princes, it would be difficult to contend against him. Almost all the people of the Divine Wind Empire believed that the position of Crown Prince was already in Yang Yumming's pocket. Under such circumstances, he took the risk to come to the soaring sky Immortal Empire. He wanted to explore the secret realm and see if he could find a way to increase his strength. After all, the position of Crown Prince of the Divine Wind Empire not only needed a powerful force behind him, but his own strength could not be weak either. Perhaps in terms of force, he was slightly weaker than Yang Yumming. However, in terms of personal strength, he believed that he would not lose to Yang Yumming. First Prince, why don't? Elder Hai whispered to the young man beside him. Hearing Elder Hai's words, the young man, who was also Yang Zhaoxiu, had a solemn expression at first. Then, his expression turned somewhat sinister. It seemed. Chapter 2456. Chapter 2456. Chapter 2456 Cowardice. As long as he could kill Yang Zhaoxiu and seize the items in the secret realm, the position of the Crown Prince of the Divine Wind Empire would be his. Now, there were 3 late-stage Immortal King martial artists on Yang Yumming's side. One of them had suffered a serious injury and had yet to recover. Under such circumstances, there was a high chance that Elder Hai and Elder Mu could kill him. As for the blue-robed martial artist next to him, Yang Zhaoxiu thought that he would not interfere as long as he was given some benefits. Thinking of this, Yang Zhaoxiu nodded lightly. Receiving Yang Zhaoxiu's affirmation, Elder Hai's face lit up. He stared at Yang Yumming and bellowed. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the 5th prince? You! Yang Yumming was furious. When he saw Yang Zhaoxiu and Elder Hai, he thought that he was safe. After all, the Divine Wind Empire had a rule that all the princes could compete for the position of Crown Prince, but they could not kill each other. He had never expected that. Yang Zhaoxiu had blatantly ignored the rules set by the Emperor and asked Elder Hai to attack him. Well, I had to know. Once the Emperor found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Attack. Take down the person pretending to be the 5th prince. Elder Hai naturally would not give Yang Yumming a chance to quibble. He bellowed at the martial artists on his side. The mid-stage Immortal King martial artists looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and dashed out at the same time. At this moment, they had no other choice. They knew very well that if they did not attack Yang Yumming, Elder Hai would activate the energy in their bodies and kill them completely. In order to survive, they had to attack Yang Yumming. Retreat. Seeing the experts charging at Yang Yumming, Guosheng grabbed Mo Xiao and quickly retreated. The remaining 2 late-stage Immortal King martial artists dragged Mo Chang and followed behind Guosheng. Mo Chang's life was already in Mo Xiao's hands, so the 2 late-stage Immortal King martial artists could only choose to submit to Mo Xiao, hoping that Mo Xiao would not kill them on account of their old friendship. However, they had forgotten who was the one controlling them. It was not Mo Xiao, but Ningyu. If you don't want to die, you'd better protect Yang Yumming. Ningyu's expression was indifferent. 2 messages were transmitted to the ears of the 2 late Immortal Kings. Damn it! Sun Jie and Zhao Wu's expressions changed drastically. Ningyu pulled them back to reality. The real manipulator behind the scenes had nothing to do with Mo Xiao, but Ningyu. After all, even Mo Xiao was controlled by Ningyu, let alone them. Voila! In order to survive, Sun Jie and Zhao Wu turned around at the same time and rushed towards the crowd. Rumble. The battle broke out instantly. Sun Jie and Zhao Wu's cultivation were genuine late Immortal Kings. Unless Elder Hai and Elder Mu took action, their strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in the teleportation pavilion. Pu. It only took a split second. 3 early Immortal King realm martial artists had been killed. Whoosh! Seeing that their comrade was killed, the rest of the Immortal Kings retreated to Old High's side. These people were not fools. With Zhao Wu and Sun Jie protecting Yang Yuming, small fries like them obviously wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The situation was very clear. If they insisted on killing Yang Yuming, they would probably die before Yang Yuming did. "You're all trash." Elder Hai's expression was extremely cold. He didn't expect Zhao Wu and Sun Jie to help Yang Yuming. "Elder Mu, let's join forces and kill these two rascals." Elder Hai took a deep breath and took a step forward. "No problem," Elder Mu said coldly. "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to go to hell." Ningyu rolled his eyes. Ningyu first glanced at the recovering blue-robed general, then directly ignored Elder Mu and Elder Hai, and his gaze fell on Yang Xiaoxiu. Through their conversation just now, Ningyu could basically determine that Yang Xiaoxiu and Yang Yuming's status were similar. They were both princes of the Divine Wind Empire. However, Yang Xiaoxiu's power seemed to be much weaker than Yang Yuming's. Shaking his head, Ningyu filtered out all these messy thoughts in his mind. At this stage, the most important thing was not to think about these things, but to reach a preliminary consensus with Yang Xiaoxiu to deal with the blue-robed general together. After all, there was a terrifying energy in the blue-robed general's body. When that energy erupted, it was equivalent to the full power of a quasi-emperor expert. Ningyu was not confident that he could withstand it. Therefore, he had to join forces with the two late-stage Immortal King experts under Yang Xiaoxiu. "What do you want?" Seeing Ningyu's gaze shift to him, Yang Xiaoxiu's face turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "If you take half a step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's talk about something." Ningyu stopped and transmitted his voice. "Let your two late-stage Immortal King experts cooperate with me to deal with the blue-robed general." "Blue-robed general? What blue-robed general?" Yang Xiaoxiu's eyes narrowed, and he also transmitted his voice. "One of the 9 great generals under the Blood Sky Battle Emperor, the blue-robed general." Since he wanted to cooperate with Yang Xiaoxiu, Ningyu naturally had to tell him the true identity of the blue-robed general. Otherwise, no matter what he said, he was afraid that Yang Xiaoxiu would not agree. "Heavenly Demon." Yang Xiaoxiu's face changed slightly. He had also heard of the Blood Sky Battle Emperor. It was said that the Blood Sky Battle Emperor was one of the experts of the 8 southern regions. His strength was very likely to reach the peak of the Immortal King realm, or even the Quasi-Emperor realm. Now that Ningyu said that the blue-robed general was an expert under the Blood Sky Battle Emperor, he was already shocked to the extreme. He was secretly thinking of a countermeasure. Should he make a move against the blue-robed general? After all, the consequences of provoking the Blood Sky Battle Emperor would be unimaginable. If the Blood Sky Battle Emperor was angry, the entire Divine Wind Empire might fall into a situation of eternal damnation. "You have no choice." Ningyu saw through Yang Xiaoxiu's thoughts and said, "There's an extremely terrifying energy in the blue-robed general's body. As long as he detonates that energy, everyone here today will die." "What?" Yang Xiaoxiu was finally moved. Energy that was enough to kill all of them? Could it be that he had reached the Quasi-Emperor realm? The more he thought about it, the more Yang Xiaoxiu felt that it was possible. He rolled his eyes and did not directly agree to Ningyu. This matter was of great importance, and he needed to discuss it with Old Hai and Old Mu. It will be difficult to achieve great things. Seeing Yang Xiaoxiu's action, Ningyu gently shook his head. He still could not rely on others. At the critical moment, the only one he could rely on was himself. The blue-robed general is recovering. Ningyu glanced at the blue-robed general casually and said to himself, "Just give him another 3 minutes, and he will be able to recover to his peak state." Ningyu knew the blue-robed general's condition better than anyone else. The blue-robed general could recover to his peak state, which meant that he still had a large amount of power of faith. Only by relying on the power of faith could the blue-robed general recover so quickly. Chapter 2457. Chapter 2457. Chapter 2457 Supporters. I have to think of a way. Since Yang Zhaoxu was unwilling to attack the blue-robed general, Ningyu could only think of a way himself. Firstly, he had to attack the blue-robed general within 3 minutes. Otherwise, when the blue-robed general recovered to his peak state, everyone combined would not be able to fight him. Secondly, he had to get rid of Yang Zhaoxu. Elder Hai and Elder Mu weren't weak. If the two of them joined forces, they could hold him back for at least 3 minutes. In other words, once Elder Hai and the blue-robed general joined forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Lang, Duanya City Lord, Yang Yuming, you guys enter the Red Demon Sword first. Ningyu secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Lang and Xiao Duanya. A battle would definitely break out. At that time, Lin Lang and Xiao Duanya would most likely become cannon fodder if they stayed. Letting them enter the Red Demon Sword was the best choice. As for Mo Xiao and Guo Sheng, Ningyu did not think too much about it. As the Prince of the Dragon War Empire, Ningyu did not believe that Mo Xiao did not have any trump cards. Although Mo Xiao was under his control, he did not want anything from Mo Xiao. Whoosh! Ningyu was thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, Elder Hai and Elder Mu's figures flashed as they charged towards him. Damn it! Looking at the two late-stage Immortal King experts charging towards him, Ningyu could not help but curse. What he feared had come true. Since Elder Mu and Elder Hai attacked him, it meant that the blue-robed general had secretly contacted Yang Zhaoxu and had reached some kind of cooperation with him. And this cooperation was obviously very disadvantageous to him. However, Ningyu was not an indecisive person. Even though Yang Zhaoxu and the blue-robed general had reached an agreement, he did not panic. From the looks of it, as long as he used all his strength and killed Elder Mu and Elder Hai within 3 minutes, it was still possible to prevent the blue-robed general from recovering to his peak state. At this time, Ningyu even felt lucky, because from the strength of Elder Hai and Elder Mu's attacks, it seemed that they had not used their full strength. Amongst them, Elder Mu used 70% of his strength, while Elder Hai used 60% of his strength. The two of them did not use their full strength, which gave Ningyu a chance. Red Demon Sword. Ningyu channeled his energy into the Red Demon Sword and slashed out with a backhand slash. This sword, Ningyu had used all his strength. Old Hai and the rest were arrogant and thought that they could capture Ningyu without using their full strength. But Ningyu was different. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit, not to mention that there was a blue-robed general glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. Not good. The expressions of Old Hai and Old Mu changed drastically when they saw the flying sword flying towards them. They didn't expect Ningyu's strength to be so terrifying. They couldn't help but have a bad feeling in their hearts. It was just that they suppressed this feeling very well. Chi-Chi. The energy in Old Hai and Old Mu's bodies went berserk. They quickly circulated their energy and tried to use their full strength. However, it was obviously too late to use his full strength now. Puff, puff. 2 crisp sounds were heard. The Red Demon's sword pierced through Old Hai's chest and then Old Mu's shoulder. Ah! Hysterical screams came from their mouths. It was only for an instant. The terrifying, devouring power that erupted from the Red Demon's sword devoured most of the energy in their bodies. They would need at least a few days to recover after losing their energy. As for now, even the weakest early-stage Celestial King would be able to defeat them easily. Mo Xiao, take them. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Ningyu originally wanted Mo Xiao to control Old Hai and Old Mu, but on second thought, it was better to keep Old Mu and Old Hai in the Red Demon Sword. Since he had completely fallen out with Yang Zhaoxu, he might as well throw them to Ning Lu and let him devour them. What do you want? Seeing Ningyu walking towards them, Old Hai and Old Mu shouted at the same time. We are from the Divine Wind Empire. If you kill us, the Emperor of the Divine Wind Empire will not forgive you. Noisy. With a wave of his wrist, Ningyu opened the Red Demon's sword and sucked Old Mu and Old Hai in. Ha ha! Ningyu, You have captured another 2 late-stage Immortal King experts. It's a pity that the energy in their bodies has been devoured by the Red Demon, but it's better than nothing. They can help me break through to the Immortal King realm. Inside the Red Demon sword, Ninglu laughed when he saw Old Hai and Old Mu come in. Although the 3 drops of blood essence of the Great Emperor had not been completely refined, Ninglu's cultivation had reached the peak of the Lord of Heaven realm and was only 1 step away from the half-step Immortal King realm. If he refined all the remaining blood essence of the Great Emperor, Ninglu's cultivation would definitely reach the half-step Immortal King realm. However, the half-step Immortal King realm was not enough for Ninglu. According to Ninglu's real intention, he wanted to break through to the first stage of the half-step Immortal King realm with some more energy. After all, above the half-step Immortal King realm was the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, and then the first stage of the half-step Immortal King realm. Take it easy, Ningyu reminded him and retracted his thoughts. His gaze landed on the blue-robed general. Trash! The blue-robed general cursed in his heart. Originally, the blue-robed general thought that no matter how stupid Old Hai and Mu Lai were, they would definitely be able to resist Ningyu for 3 minutes. Who would have thought? Ningyu only used less than a minute to control Old Hai and Old Mu. Stop! The blue-robed general twisted his neck and looked at Ningyu. I will leave now. From now on, you go your own way, and I will go my own way. You want to stop now? It's too late. Ningyu naturally would not listen to the blue-robed general. The blue-robed general was a heavenly devil, one of the generals under the Blood Sky Battle Sovereign. He was a late-stage Immortal King. If he escaped, the entire Soaring Sky Immortal Empire might be annihilated. Therefore, the blue-robed general must stay today. Damn it! The blue-robed general took out a jade bottle and shook it. Ningyu, as long as you let me go, I will give you this bottle of faith power. Faith power. Ningyu's eyes narrowed. He could naturally see that the jade bottle contained faith power. There was quite a lot of faith power in the bottle. As long as he could refine all of it, Ningyu was confident that he would be able to break through to the Immortal King realm. However, Ningyu was very clear. The blue-robed general took out the faith power not to befriend him, but to stall for time. Yang Yumming, when will your people arrive? Ningyu did not directly reply to the blue-robed general's suggestion. He was secretly communicating with Yang Yumming. When they were in the Cloudmang City's teleportation pavilion, Yang Yumming had already contacted his supporters, telling them to wait at the Soaring Sky Immortal Empire's teleportation pavilion. Now, they were already at the teleportation pavilion, but Yang Yumming's supporters were nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes. Chapter 2458. Taking the teleportation formation, 5 minutes. Ningyu's expression was grave. According to his earlier judgment, the blue-robed general would recover to his peak state in 3 minutes at most. Although he had defeated Elder Hai and Elder Mu within a minute, forcing the blue-robed general to slow down his recovery and divert a portion of his energy to guard against him. However, if this situation continued, the blue-robed general's cultivation would recover to its peak state in less than 5 minutes. Give me the power of faith first. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu looked at the blue-robed general and said in a low voice, "Then, take the teleportation formation and return to Cloudy Mang City." Do you think I'm stupid? The blue-robed general's lips curled up as he said coldly, "In short, let me go, and I'll give you the power of faith, or I'll activate the energy and we'll all die together." Damn it! Ningyu's expression turned extremely cold. The reason why he did not attack the blue-robed general was because he was worried that the blue-robed general had already grasped the method to ignite the energy. After all, no one present would be able to withstand the power of a quasi-emperor expert's all-out attack once it was ignited. Ningyu did not want to gamble, so he was waiting for the blue-robed general to show a weakness. I don't care. Seeing Ningyu's expression and actions, the blue-robed general shrugged and said indifferently, "Let's slowly waste time here. When I recover to my peak state, no one can stop me if I want to leave." "Sure, I can let you go." Ningyu thought for a moment, then said, "But how will you give me the power of faith? Don't tell me you'll give me the power of faith after you leave. I don't really trust you." "Haha, how about this?" The blue-robed general smiled faintly and said, "Let these trash stay in the teleportation pavilion. You and I will take the teleportation formation and return to Cloudy Mang City." "You're really wishful thinking." Ningyu's expression was grave. In a one-on-one fight, he naturally did not fear the blue-robed general and could even easily kill him. But the crucial point was not the blue-robed general's strength, but the energy on his body. As long as the blue-robed general had energy, he would be invincible. After pondering for a moment, Ningyu nodded and said, "No problem. I'll go with you to Cloudy Mang City." "Absolutely not." Hearing the conversation between Ningyu and the blue-robed general, Lin Lang and Xiao Duanya called out at the same time. What kind of joke was this? Here, there were others restraining the blue-robed general, so he didn't dare act too wantonly. Once they returned to Cloudy Mang City, or rather, in the space, the blue-robed general would definitely try to kill Ningyu. "It's fine." Ningyu waved his hand and said indifferently, "After I leave, listen to Yang Yumming." Ningyu considered all of this and realized that returning to Cloud Mang City with a blue-robed general seemed to be the most correct choice. The blue-robed general wanted to kill him in advance, but how could he not want to kill the blue-robed general in advance? In the space, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. "Then let's go take the spatial teleportation array now." The blue-robed general's figure flashed as he walked towards another room. There was more than one spatial teleportation array in the soaring sky Immortal Kingdom's teleportation pavilion. It could even be used unilaterally. That was to say, even if the teleportation array in Cloudy Mang City was destroyed, one could set a coordinate from here and then activate the teleportation array. After Ningyu left, Yang Yumming's gaze slowly swept across the people in the room as he said in a low voice, "I know that you are all bewitched by someone to oppose me. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Whoever can deal with the threat can live." Crash! Yang Yumming's words caused a huge uproar in the room, especially Yang Zhaoxiu, who pointed at Yang Yumming and said fiercely, "I am the first prince of the Divine Wind Empire, your elder brother. You dare to kill me? There's only one chance. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one," Yang Yumming said indifferently as he took a few steps back, retreating to the edge of the room. All the martial artists in the room, except for Mo Xiao and Guo Sheng, wore solemn expressions. Elder Hai and Elder Mu had already been taken down by Ningyu. Now, there were 3 late-stage Immortal King martial artists by Yang Yumming's side. Even if they wanted to resist, they didn't have the strength to do so. After all, any late Immortal King could kill all of them if they were to make a move. "Sai, let's go for our lives." A moment later, an early-stage Immortal King warrior launched an attack at Yang Zhaoxiu. Me too. I can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for Elder Mu and Elder Hai, I would have killed Yang Zhaoxiu immediately. I would have killed this trash. After the first martial artist attacked, the rest of the martial artists stepped forward. Surrounded by so many martial artists, even if Yang Zhaoxiu had many trump cards, it would be of no use. This was followed by a miserable scream. The first prince of the Divine Wind Empire, Yang Zhaoxiu, who was a 5th-stage half-step Immortal King, died on the spot. Ningyu did not know about what had happened in the teleportation pavilion. At this time, he was already with the blue-robed general in the teleportation array, rushing toward Cloudy Mang City. Swish! 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 There was a certain distance between Ningyu and the blue-robed general in the space. Ningyu went straight to the point and said, "You can leave the power of faith to me. Let's talk when we reach Cloudy Mang City." The blue-robed general naturally did not want to hand over the power of faith to Ningyu so quickly. In other words, he had no intention of giving the power of faith to Ningyu at all. What he had said before was just a pretense to numb Ningyu's senses. He had originally thought that Ningyu would not be fooled. Who would have thought that Ningyu would be so stubborn and actually believe him? Rumble. Ningyu's face turned cold. He took out the red demon sword and slashed in the air. Crack, crack, crack. Terrifying sword radiance swept out, and the surrounding void shook violently. There was even a cracking sound. What are you doing? Are you courting death? The blue-robed general flew into a rage and shouted, "If the space breaks, both of us will die. You may want to die, but I don't. So, shouldn't the power of faith be given to me?" Ningyu raised the red demon sword, looking like he would immediately slash out a second time if the blue-robed general did not give him the power of faith. You win. The blue-robed general was also afraid that Ningyu would attack. He glared at Ningyu fiercely. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he split half of the power of faith and threw it at Ningyu. Swish! Ningyu reacted quickly. When the power of faith was in front of him, he suddenly unleashed the devouring power of the red demon sword and swallowed it all into the red demon sword. Ha ha ha! Ningyu, I really love you to death. As the power of faith was injected into the red demon sword, Ning Lu was the most excited. Chapter 2459. Chapter 2459. Chapter 2459. Immortal Holy Talisman. Don't do anything stupid. Ningyu's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reprimanded. They were still in the void and could encounter a spatial storm at any time. At this time, what was the difference between Ning Lu breaking through to the half-step Immortal King realm and courting death? Boom! However, Ningyu's warning came a little too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Lu suddenly left the red demon sword. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. Rumble. The energy on Ning Lu's body was terrifying to the extreme. As soon as he released his aura, the void trembled. I can't believe it. Sensing the aura emanating from Ning Lu, Ningyu cursed on the spot. There was no other reason. The energy fluctuations in Ning Lu's body were even more terrifying than his. Was this the terror of the World Tree? After advancing to the first stage of the half-step Immortal King realm, Ning Lu originally wanted to show off, but before he could speak, he suddenly raised his head and shouted. Furthermore, Ning Lu's body emitted a golden light, and the dark golden branches above his head completely disappeared. His body also gradually grew larger. Not long later, Ning Lu became no different from a normal person. After returning to normal, Ning Lu took a deep breath, and his gaze became somewhat deep. Obviously, raising his cultivation level this time had awakened many memories. I can feel it. There are 108 existences like me in the entire Immortal Court. Ning Lu started to communicate with Ningyu and said, Ningyu, you have to help me deal with the other 107 World Tree saplings. I can feel that as long as I devour all of them, my strength will increase to a terrifying level. Actually, Ning Lu had no other choice at this time. Even if he didn't look for other World Tree saplings to devour, other World Tree saplings would come looking for him. Let's put these things aside for now. Right now, we have to deal with the blue-robed general. Ningyu's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, You've advanced to the first stage of the half-step Immortal King realm. Have you awakened any memories that can allow you to easily deal with the heavenly devils? That's true. Ning Lu turned to look at the blue-robed general and said sinisterly, I've just broken through to the first stage of half-step Immortal King realm. I need to devour a large amount of energy to break through to the fifth stage of half-step Immortal King realm, or even the early stage of Immortal King realm. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Being glared at by Ning Lu, the blue-robed general said coldly, Let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think about the remaining faith power. Otherwise, even if I have to destroy them, I won't hand them over to you too. That's not up to you. The corner of Ning Lu's lips curled up into an arc. He said softly, To tell you the truth, you're unlucky to have met me today. Ning Lu's advancement this time had not only awakened some memories, but he had also secretly learned a special talisman refinement method. This kind of talisman was specially used to deal with heavenly demons. It was called the Immortal Saint Talisman. The Immortal Saint Talisman was divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, superior. Each grade could kill early stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, and peak stage Immortal King realm heavenly demons, respectively. Not only did Ning Lu master the talisman refinement method, but he was also fortunate enough to obtain a high-grade Immortal Saint talisman. A high-grade Immortal Saint talisman could easily kill a late-stage Immortal King realm heavenly demon. The Blue Robe General's cultivation was coincidentally at the late-stage Immortal King realm, still some distance away from the peak stage Immortal King realm. Swoosh! Although Ning Lu's expression was a little exaggerated, it was an indisputable fact that he had an Immortal Saint talisman. Ning Lu's figure flashed, and he charged at the Blue Robe General at a terrifying speed. "You're courting death." Seeing Ning Lu, a first-stage half-step Immortal King, charging at him, the Blue Robe General was furious. After all, he was a late-stage Immortal King realm cultivator. A mere first-stage half-step Immortal King dared to attack him? Was his opponent too arrogant, or was he too weak to lift his saber? The angry Blue Robe General raised his right hand and flicked out a cold radiance. The cold radiance shot out by the Blue Robe General was powerful enough to easily kill an ordinary early-stage Immortal King realm martial artist. Therefore, in the Blue Robe General's heart, he was almost certain that Ning Lu would definitely die. Immortal Saint Talisman. Ning Lu's speed increased again, and he easily dodged the cold radiance unleashed by the Blue Robe General. Then, he threw the Immortal Saint Talisman at the Blue Robe General. Boom! The Immortal Saint Talisman exploded in midair, and countless shockwaves appeared around the Blue Robe General. Oh no! Seeing the shockwaves appearing around him, the Blue-Robed General's heart sank to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and said, "Immortal Saint Talisman." The Immortal Saint Talisman had a very strong deterrent effect among the heavenly demons. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the battle between the Immortal Court and the Heavenly Demon Army, a large number of Immortal Saint Talismans appeared, and the heavenly demons were utterly defeated. Because of that, the heavenly demons sent super experts to the subordinate realms under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Court, and they cut down the World Tree and took away the main essence of the World Tree. Furthermore, many of the Immortal Court's 108 World Tree saplings were already controlled by the heavenly demons, and they listened to their orders. It's too late to think of retreating now. When Ning Lu took out the Immortal Saint Talisman, Ning Yu leaped up and punched at the Blue Robe General. With the Immortal Saint Talisman restraining the Blue Robe General, it was almost impossible for the Blue Robe General to detonate his energy. Therefore, Ning Yu was able to instantly arrive in front of him, and his punch landed on his chest. Crack! Ning Yu's punch directly caused the Blue Robe General's chest to cave in, and several of his ribs were broken. Ah! A hysterical scream came from the Blue-Robed General's mouth. "All of you will die a horrible death. I'll detonate my energy now, and we'll die together." The Blue-Robed General yelled and wanted to detonate his energy. Unfortunately, the Immortal Saint Talisman had already sealed him, so he could not detonate his energy and die together with Ning Yu and the others. "You'd better behave." Ning Yu drew out the red demon sword and held it against the Blue-Robed General's neck. He said coldly, "Hand over the remaining power of faith, and I'll leave your corpse intact." "You want the power of faith? In your next life," Blue-Robe Zhangjiang said angrily, "I've already sent the news to the Blood Sky Battle Emperor. In a few days, he will personally go to the Endless Sky Immortal Kingdom to capture you." Ning Lu slapped the Blue-Robed General's cheek and said indifferently, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll kill one trash like you, and I'll kill two if they come." Subsequently, Ning Lu searched the Blue-Robed General's body for a while and took out 2 jade bottles. Quasi-Emperor Blood Essence. Power of Faith. What was inside the jade bottle was nothing else. One of the jade bottles contained the blood essence of a Quasi-Emperor, while the other contained the power of faith. He looked carefully, Ning Yu could not measure the power of faith for the time being, but there was an unusually large amount of quasi-emperor blood essence. There were 20 drops of quasi-emperor blood essence. Chapter 2460. A qualitative leap. Ning Lu took 5 drops of boundary emperor blood essence and gave the rest to Ning Yu. You don't need it? Ning Yu took the jade bottle and asked curiously. Although Ning Yu wanted to use the boundary emperor blood essence to break through to the first transformation state of the war god, Ning Lu was the main person to deal with the blue robe general. If Ning Lu wanted the quasi-emperor blood essence, Ning Yu would not fight with him for it no matter what. Ning Lu only wanted 5 drops of boundary emperor blood essence, which made Ning Yu look at him in a different light. Because this wasn't Ning Lu's style. I know you have the war god body and are going to break through to the physique strengthening state. Ning Lu revealed a mysterious expression and said, 15 drops of boundary emperor blood essence and so much power of faith is enough for you to pass through the physique strengthening state. As for why I want 5 drops of boundary emperor blood essence, it's because I want to refine a holy immortal talisman. And the main material of a holy immortal talisman is boundary emperor blood essence or martial emperor blood essence. I see. Ning Yu nodded and said, now, we can only go to Cloudmang City first, then think of a way to use the teleportation array to go to the endless sky, celestial kingdom. In fact, Ning Yu wanted to return to the endless sky, celestial kingdom immediately. However, he was in the teleportation array, and with his strength, he could not change the direction of the teleportation array for the time being. That's not difficult, Ning Lu said proudly. Put the blue robe general into the red demon sword first. I will change the direction of the teleportation array. Hearing this, Ning Yu shook his wrist and controlled the red demon sword to release a suction force, directly sucking the blue robed general into it. Chi chi chi. Next, Ning Lu waved his hands and threw out several palm prints. The palm prints rubbed against the void, producing a sizzling sound. At first, there was no change in the void. However, as time passed, Ning Yu could clearly feel that the void was trembling. The trembling became more and more obvious, and in the end, it even shook violently. Not good. The void shook, causing Ning Yu to fall into a trance. He even fell into a state where he could not extricate himself. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before Ning Yu was completely lost. Wake up! At this moment, Ning Lu raised his right hand and abruptly slapped Ning Yu's shoulder. Whoosh! The intense pain brought Ning Yu back to reality. Who? Ning Yu opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. If it wasn't for Ning Lu's timely reminder, he would have been in deep trouble today. Ning Yu showed a grateful expression to Ning Lu. Immediately after, Ning Yu calmed his mind and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. Ka. Another hour or so passed. Only then did the void stop trembling. It's done. I'll go refine the sage immortal talisman first. Be careful. After changing the trajectory of the teleportation portal, Ning Lu entered the red devil sword on the spot and began to attempt to refine the celestial sage talisman. Boom! It really changed its trajectory. Ning Yu had a profound look in his eyes. Ning Lu had really given him a lot of surprises. First, he took out the sage immortal talisman and defeated the blue-robed general. Then, he changed the trajectory of the teleportation portal. No matter what, it was enough to show that Ning Lu was different from before. Right, I should control the energy in the blue-robed general's body first. Ning Yu didn't waste any time. While paying attention to the changes in his surroundings, he sent his perception into the red devil's sword and began to try to control the energy in the blue-robed general's body. At this moment, the blue-robed general was already on the verge of death. His aura was weak, and even his voice was trembling. You, what are you doing? I'm a general under the Blood Sky Battle Emperor. If you kill me, the Blood Sky Battle Emperor won't let you off. The blue-robed general was trembling, fearing that Ning Yu would suddenly attack and kill him. Noisy. Ning Yu couldn't be bothered with the blue-robed general. When Ning Lu was fighting him just now, he had used the Blood Sky Battle Emperor to threaten him. Who would have thought? Now, he didn't learn his lesson and even used the Blood Sky Battle Emperor to threaten him. Ning Yu had speculated. Although the Blood Sky Battle Emperor was powerful, he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything out of line in the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire. In other words, even in the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire, he might not dare to appear. Crack! Ning Yu didn't waste time talking nonsense with the blue-robed general. He directly made a move and broke the blue-robed general's neck. Swish! After that, his powerful perception and soul force entered the blue-robed general's body and began to control the terrifying energy in the blue-robed general's body. After the blue-robed general's death, the energy in his body became ownerless. Ning Yu easily controlled it. Very good. After collecting the energy, Ning Yu had a look of joy on his face. With this powerful trump card, even if he encountered a peak stage Immortal King Heavenly Demon, he could deal with it easily. Even if he couldn't kill it, he could easily escape. Swish! Because not long after he left the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire, Ning Yu joined forces with Ning Lu to kill the Blue-Robe General, causing the teleportation array to change its trajectory. Hence, after slightly more than an hour, Ning Yu returned to the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire. However, Ning Yu didn't return to the teleportation pavilion in the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire. Instead, he was teleported to the capital of the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire, 100 miles to the north. Isn't this a little too unreliable? Ning Yu unleashed his perception as he sped towards the direction of the Sky Expanse Immortal Empire. Fortunately, he was teleported here. If not, he wouldn't even have tears to cry if he was teleported to a dangerous place. Ning Yu silently made up his mind. If he encountered such a situation again, he must not allow Ning Lu to change the teleportation array's trajectory. There was no other reason. It was 2F King scary. No, I have to undergo my physique-strengthening tribulation here first. Ning Yu glanced at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a mountain range. This place was extremely suitable for him to undergo his physique-strengthening tribulation. He didn't think too much about it. Ning Yu first set up a small-scale array around him. After that, he started to devour the blood essence of a quasi-emperor. The first time, Ning Yu swallowed 5 drops of blood essence, allowing his various aspects to reach the peak. The second time, Ning Yu directly swallowed the remaining 10 drops of blood essence into his stomach. Boom! With so many drops of blood essence entering his stomach, Ning Yu instantly felt a terrifying energy circulating within his body. Magical arts revolved. Ning Yu began to break through to the physique-strengthening realm. Perhaps it was because of Ning Yu swallowing the blood essence. A layer of black tribulation clouds appeared in the air. Swish! When the tribulation clouds gathered to a certain extent, they suddenly descended, ruthlessly smashing onto Ning Yu's body. The physique-strengthening tribulation was simple and violent. It was a tribulation that specifically targeted the toughness of one's physique. Every tribulation cloud that slammed onto Ning Yu's body caused Ning Yu's flesh to split open. He felt as though he was about to faint. It hurts. Ning Yu clenched his teeth and tried his best to persevere. Once he passed the physique-strengthening tribulation, Ning Yu would be able to cultivate the war god's body to the first transformation of the war god. How terrifying was the first transformation of the war god, according to Ning Yu's speculation. Chapter 2461. The Tribulation. Rumble. In midair, the tribulation clouds continued to fall. In just over 10 minutes, a total of 998 tribulation clouds landed on Ning Yu's body. Meanwhile, Ning Yu was covered in blood. Not a single inch of his skin was left unscathed. Is this the last one? Ning Yu raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds that were gradually forming in the sky. He took a deep breath and wore a stern expression. Crack! At that instant, the last tribulation cloud descended from the 9 heavens and bombarded Ning Yu's body with unavoidable force. Ning Yu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string after being struck by the tribulation cloud. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Yu's body had become extremely weak. Although Ning Yu wasn't dead, an early-stage immortal king would be able to kill him easily. Whoosh! The facts prove that. It was totally worth it for Ning Yu to spend so much effort to overcome the tribulation of the strengthening realm. The strength of his body had reached the peak of the peak immortal emperor realm. In some sense, his body was comparable to some of the weaker martial monarchs. Of course, Ning Yu was well aware that his body was only comparable to the weakest martial monarchs, since he had just achieved the first transformation of the divine god of battle. If he encountered a stronger martial monarch, he would be easily crushed to death by the strength of his body. However, as soon as Ning Yu was about to rest, he saw another tribulation cloud appearing in the sky. The tribulation of the immortal king realm. Ning Yu's mouth was slightly open. His face was filled with disbelief. Since he had overcome the tribulation of the strengthening realm, the strength of his body and overall strength had improved significantly. As such, he had triggered the tribulation of the immortal king realm. Luckily, I still have the power of faith. Ning Yu was relieved. It would be extremely difficult for him to overcome the tribulation of the immortal king realm in his current condition. Gulp. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Yu poured all the power of faith into his mouth. As the power of faith entered his stomach, Ning Yu's aura instantly recovered to its peak. Boom! Coincidentally, at this moment, the first tribulation cloud of the great immortal king tribulation suddenly arrived. Ning Yu did not panic. Instead, he took a step forward and used his body to block the tribulation cloud in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. The first few hundred tribulation clouds didn't cause any harm to Ning Yu at all. After all, the strength of his body had already reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Ning Yu's immortal king tribulation had a total of 3 stages. In the first stage, the strength of the tribulation clouds was comparable to the full force attack of an intermediate stage immortal king. In the second stage, the strength of the tribulation clouds was comparable to the full force attack of a late-stage immortal king. In the third stage, the intensity of the tribulation clouds was comparable to the full-powered attack of a peak-stage celestial king. As for the first stage of tribulation clouds, there were a total of 999 of them. There were a total of 99 tribulation clouds in the second stage. There were 9 tribulation clouds in total in the third stage. It only took Ning Yu half an hour to completely resist the first 999 tribulation clouds. The 99 tribulation clouds in the middle took Ning Yu an hour. Each of the last 9 tribulation clouds made Ning Yu feel like he was facing death. However, Ning Yu was not an ordinary person. If he had not passed the tribulation of the physique strengthening level, he would not have been able to resist the last 9 terrifying tribulation clouds. The key was that he had successfully passed the tribulation of the physique strengthening level and raised the strength of his body to a terrifying level. Under such circumstances, he forcibly resisted the last 9 tribulation clouds. However, after withstanding 9 tribulation clouds, Ning Yu's entire body was weak to the extreme. Swish! Ning Yu was not worried about being weak, because after passing the great immortal king tribulation, his cultivation had reached the early stage immortal king. Moreover, a golden lightning pool had appeared in the void. Without a doubt, in the lightning pool, there must be the thunder tribulation fluid. Plop! Ning Yu leaped into the lightning pool and began to absorb the thunder tribulation fluid. All the pores on Ning Yu's body opened, and the thunder tribulation fluid rushed into his body. As the thunder tribulation fluid entered his body, Ning Yu's cultivation also soared rapidly. In a short few minutes, his cultivation had already soared from the early stage immortal king to the peak of the early stage immortal king. He was only half a step away from the mid-stage immortal king. Go in! Ning Yu did not continue to absorb the thunder tribulation fluid, but kept it all into the red devil sword. The thunder tribulation fluid was a good thing. especially his thunder tribulation fluid. If he sold it, it could be sold for a good price. Swish! Ningyu had just stored the thunder tribulation fluid into the red devil sword when the golden lightning pool drilled into the void and disappeared. Let's go! Ningyu probed Ning Lu in the red devil sword for a while, then leaped up and flew towards the capital of the soaring sky, Immortal Kingdom. Kacha! At the same time, Soaring Sky, Immortal Kingdom, Teleportation Pavilion's main hall. The sound of a jade bottle shattering was heard. The atmosphere in the main hall became unusually heavy. If Ningyu was here, he would definitely notice it. There were 3 forces in the main hall. The first force was led by Yang Yuming, with Lin Lang and Xiao Duanya as support. On their side, there was an old man dressed in white, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the late-stage Immortal King. The second force was led by Mo Xiao, with Mo Chong and 2 late-stage Immortal King martial artists as support. The strongest person on their side was Guosheng. The current Guosheng had already recovered to his peak state, and his strength had even improved, reaching the peak of the late-stage Immortal King. As for the third force, there were a total of 3 martial artists. A young man of similar age to Yang Yuming, with a folding fan in his hand. A bald martial artist with a knife scar on his face. The scar martial artist was at the peak of the late-stage Immortal King, and the bald martial artist was also at the peak of the late-stage Immortal King. The one who shattered the jade bottle was none other than the man with the folding fan. Pa! He sat in the main seat of the main hall, suddenly closed his folding fan, and said indifferently, "You said that the blue-robed general and that person called Ning, you have already taken the teleportation array to Cloudy Mang City." "Yes," Yang Yuming said in a low voice. In fact, Yang Yuming felt very aggrieved. After Ningyu left, he was in charge of everything here. Not only did he recruit Yang Zhaoshu's people, but he also waited for his supporters to arrive. He originally thought that he could carry out his plan in the Soaring Sky, Immortal Kingdom. Who would have thought? Before he left, he encountered the man with the folding fan. The man with the folding fan did not say anything and directly sealed the teleportation hall. Then, the scar martial artist and the bald martial artist attacked, trapping everyone. The reason why Yang Yuming felt aggrieved was because as long as the white-robed old man and Guosheng joined forces, they could completely contend with the scarred martial artist and the bald martial artist. However, Guosheng did not cooperate with him. Furthermore, Guosheng was still secretly contacting the man with the folding fan, wanting him to remove the control in Mo Zhao's body. Humph! Yang Yuming was thinking. The man with the folding fan snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? I just received news that the blue-robed general has been killed. Tell me, other than Ningyu, who else went to the teleportation array with him?" "Killed?" Chapter 2462. Chapter 2462. Chapter 2462 returned. They were well aware that Ningyu and the blue-robed general had entered the teleportation array. Furthermore, even if Ningyu had the strength to kill the blue-robed general, he would not dare to make a move in the teleportation array. Everyone knew that the teleportation array was not very stable. Once there was a spatial storm or turbulence, even a peak Immortal King expert might not be able to escape. As for a quasi-emperor expert attacking, no one believed it. After all, quasi-emperor experts were overlords of a region and would not appear. Still playing the fool with me? The man with the folding fan's expression turned extremely ugly. He suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Go and take him down." "Yes." The scar-faced martial artist beside the man with the folding fan nodded and immediately dashed out, arriving beside Yang Yuming in an instant. Humph! Seeing the scar-faced martial artist arrive beside Yang Yuming, the white-robed old man snorted coldly and directly extended his right hand, clashing head-on with the scar-faced martial artist. Bang! The 2 fists collided. The scar-faced martial artist and the white-robed old man retreated several feet at the same time, only stopping when they reached the edge of the wall. It was obvious that the 2 of them were evenly matched in this blow, and neither could do anything to the other. Courting death. The scar-faced martial artist cursed inwardly after failing to defeat the white-robed old man in one blow, then immediately rushed out again. I'll help you. The bald martial artist did not choose to stand by and watch. Together with the scar-faced martial artist, he launched a powerful attack against the white-robed old man. Rumble. One-on-one. Perhaps the white-robed old man had no fear. However, one-on-two, the white-robed old man had no chance of winning. Poochie. It only took 3 moves. The scar-faced martial artist and the bald martial artist joined forces and defeated the white-robed old man. Mo Xiao. The white-robed old man's defeat caused Yang Yumming to be on the verge of a violent rage. He looked at Mo Xiao and said coldly, Ningyu said that after he left, all of you have to listen to my orders. Do you want to disobey Ningyu? Hee, how would I dare to disobey Ningyu? Mo Xiao smiled and said, their target is you, not me. Why should I help you? You. Yang Yumming clenched his fists. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. Before Ningyu left, he had communicated with him and told him that Mo Xiao was already under control. Under such circumstances, he took the initiative to order Mo Xiao to help block the man with the folding fan. Unexpectedly, the fact that Mo Xiao chose to work with the man with the paper fan made him very angry. Third young master, why don't you help me solve the problem in my body first? Mo Xiao stood up, cupped his fist together towards the man with the paper fan, and said, I can swear that if you can help me solve the problem in my body and help me become the monarch of Dragon War Empire, I will secretly give you a lot of benefits. I can even open up a unique space in Dragon War Empire to let your army come in. The man with the folding fan looked at Mo Xiao and said lightly, no problem. Whoosh! His voice fell. The man with the folding fan suddenly rushed out and slapped Mo Xiao's back with his right hand. A terrifying force entered Mo Xiao's body through the man's right hand. Poochie! As soon as the force entered his body, Mo Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. The sudden change caused the man with the folding fan to be somewhat surprised. One had to know. The force that he injected into Mo Xiao's body secretly contained some special energy. That special energy was enough to destroy the remaining soul power in Mo Xiao's body. So that's how it is. After carefully observing Mo Xiao for a while, the man with the folding fan revealed an expression of sudden realization. He realized that the soul power in Mo Xiao's body could move freely. In other words, when the energy that he injected into Mo Xiao's body was about to disperse the soul power suddenly turned around and flew in another direction. As it was in Mo Xiao's body, in order to prevent killing Mo Xiao, the man with the folding fan did not dare to act rashly. Open your mind. The man with the folding fan rolled his eyes and said to Mo Xiao, without my permission, do not resist. This Mo Xiao hesitated. In fact, he was somewhat worried. He was afraid that Mo Xiao would help him deal with the soul power that Ningyu had left behind, and he would leave a wisp of soul power in Mo Xiao's body. Are you suspecting me? A cold light shot out of the man's eyes, and he said coldly, I can kill trash like you with a flip of my hand. Do I need to control you? That's not what I meant. Mo Xiao scratched his head awkwardly after being seen through by the man with the folding fan. And what do you mean? Don't tell me that you want to rely on me so that I can release the control in your body. The man with the folding fan said lightly. How is that possible? Mo Xiao said seriously. I, Mo Xiao, can swear to the heavens that I am definitely not that kind of person. So much nonsense. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Either open your mind or die. The man with the folding fan had limited patience. If he did not want to subdue Guosheng and the white-robed old man, he would have already killed all the warriors in the room. After all, he had a good relationship with the blue-robed general. The blue-robed general's death made him very angry. All right, I will open my mind. Mo Xiao gritted his teeth and directly opened his mind. Swoosh! The man with the folding fan did not waste any time. He immediately separated a portion of his soul force and entered the body of the man with the folding fan. Ah! The moment the soul force entered Mo Zhao's body, Mo Xiao let out a hysterical scream. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Subsequently, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Mo Zhao's face became extremely pale, without any color of blood. What's going on? Beside Mo Xiao, Guisheng had a bad feeling. Hua! As expected, the void above the teleportation pavilion suddenly split open and a skinny figure appeared in front of everyone. This skinny figure was none other than Ningyu, who was rushing over. After transcending the immortal king tribulation and the body-strengthening tribulation, Ningyu rushed to the capital of the soaring sky immortal kingdom without stopping. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the capital, Ningyu discovered that the soul force he left in Mo Zhao's body had some problems. There was no need to think. Ningyu judged on the spot that someone was helping Mo Xiao break the soul force. This discovery made Ningyu somewhat angry. He had already ordered that after he left, Yang Yuming would be the supreme commander. Given Yang Yuming's personality, it was almost impossible for him to help Mo Xiao break the seal in his body. It was obvious. Mo Xiao had invited other helpers. Shua! Shua! The sudden appearance of Ning Yu caused the entire hall to shift their gazes towards him, especially the scarred warrior and the bald warrior. When they saw Ning Yu, it was as if they had seen their enemy. Without a word, they directly rushed towards Ning Yu. Come back! The man with the folding fan stopped them in time and shouted in a low voice, "What a scandal!" Hearing the man with the folding fan shout, the scarred warrior and the bald warrior stopped instantly. However, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.